Is it time? I think it's time. Sorry for the delay. I had a lot of random shit that went wrong as I was getting started, as I tend to. Had to reboot both my systems, had to redo my wardrobe because the shirt got covered in green screen gunk somehow. It was a lot, but it's all done. How are y'all doing? Thank you, Rambling Geek, for the raid. What else do I owe thanks to? Crazy Phillip with the 31 months, legend. Redstone's Key with the 2 months. Littlefinger with 16. Benji Mac with the 7. Bent Signal with the 9 months. Fermit JS with the Prime. Floppy Copier with the 26 months. Dr. Blast 33 with the Prime. Jabawak with the 18 months of support. Francisco Best with the 16 months of support. J-Ray 95 with the 3. I stream, like the streams aren't necessarily meant for people to attend and be easy to attend. The goal of the streams is to make content as efficiently as possible. And this is the time of day where I am the most awake and free and able to make said content. So it is unlikely I can change the schedule. I am sorry to everybody who this is an inconvenient time for. I do understand. I do appreciate that. And I am sorry. But the goal of the streams isn't for everyone to hang here. I appreciate each and every one of you guys who does come through and does help out and is involved in the process of making these videos. But the goal is to make videos. You still have to switch over to all. Yeah. Interesting. That'll be fun. $3:20 a.m. Goddamn. Well, thank you, Mooper Dev, for the donation. Appreciate that a ton. What's this? Yep. Is this weekend the long weekend? I don't remember. No worries, Face. Appreciate you for all the help as always. Let me check my calendar because I actually don't know. Oh yeah, Martin Luther King's tomorrow. Nice. Good to know. I have so much shit scheduled for tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to talk about this. More attention is just bad for that. I don't want to copy the page's markdown. I want to copy it to the URL. Oh, Armin. Close Affinity. Just cleaning up all the shit I've opened. Give me a sec. This is all fine, but don't really want it open. Yeah, not a big deal. Thing in my terminal I don't want. Nah, this is all fine. You guys don't. Doesn't matter if you see any of this. I had to reboot right before because my audio was broken. Cool. Got all that. Michael posting about. Cool visualizer. This is right near your... Interesting. Yeah, there's going to be a lot more random NVIDIA facilities opening. Haven't really tried Code Buff. I have not been able to code it all the last few days. I've been so busy. I think I'm missing... 15K in an hour and a half. Not bad. Real numbers. Cool. Yeah, I saw the like official centralized skills thing. The issue I had with it was that I couldn't figure out how to like actually see the skills available. Like there was no visible hub I could look at. Yeah, actually, I saw this post as well, Shavam. I have it saved and open on my phone right now. Yeah, this is from a while ago, too. It's 2024. This should go in here. Fun. Interesting. I like this a lot, actually. I have not made a video for output styles. This actually makes sense for this, too. I'll grab that. Why does this happen now? Why are sites doing this command Shift C now copies the fucking markdown of the page? This is a new thing that a couple sites just started doing. I've never had this before, and now a bunch are. I had it happen twice today. I hate this. I hate this so much. What's this? I'll take a look at this later. Fast render, new browser engine. I have not. Like, cool, but this needs to get a lot further along before it's going to be interesting to me, probably. Drowning in props, agents, and skills. Need to mute some things. Sorry. BND. Cool. You did a CVE on NVIDIA? Goddamn. Diffs. Oh yeah, I did see this. Looks phenomenal. I should actually use that for some things. I have that paper saved already. I use PNPM for monorepos and Bun otherwise. Oh, Bent made a state management library. This looks a lot like what I would expect from Zustand so far. Performance solutions like Zustand with the reusability of React context. I use Zustand with context. It might not be the right way, but I do it all the time. This seems like more focused on that. Very cool. Good shit. I use PNPM instead of Bun for monorepos because PNPM handles the linking and hoisting better than Bun does. Pretty simple. I've had a lot of problems with Bun and monorepos. I haven't had the same problems in PNPM. Vibe Campaign's not going to get a dedicated video. Claude.ai down. Let me try it here. Claude.ai. It appears to be working. Test message. Yeah, it's working. Don't get me all excited about an outage. Interesting. Does it say Y Combinator? Huh. I'll play with this later. Okay, I'm gonna do my offset marker. Uh-oh, 30, 30. Bye. Gonna blow my nose quick once more, and then we will actually get started probably. That is likely as good as I'm gonna get. Only thing I'm sick of is being fucking sick. I'm so done with this. I'm very much near the end, but man. Codex monitor. Orchestrate codex agents in parallel. Yeah, there's a lot of these things happening. Because it's easier than ever to build the thing. So a lot of people are doing said building of the thing. I'll put this in my notes for the prompt requests vid, as well as AI killing OSS. This one needs to be a vid. I should get the post from Teal Draw. Yeah, it's weird how often I'm hearing these types of stories about disclosures and people not getting paid for finding legitimate things. I'm sorry to hear, man. Okay, so um I have a video that touches on all my open code coming out, and it's probably going to piss a lot of people off. So yeah, keep an eye out for a day or two. Cloud Code in 200 lines of code is about somebody building a Cloud Code alternative in 200 lines of code, writing a blog post about it, and us trying to recreate it in TypeScript. Did any videos on Bash yet? I could see a Bash video actually, because I've never written more Bash than I have been lately, thanks to a certain series of AI tools making it much more accessible than it was in the past. What do we want to do first? Let me go find that PR quick. 1 sec. Here's that PR. Cool. That hooks thing. This will be very fun. Also very interesting. Best game sort over the past 2 years? Yeah, I feel that. Get these other links open. Chrome finally listens is sidebar plus JPEG XL. Minecraft running on Hightail. Funny. Cool. Sidebar's out on beta, and it's coming to Helium soon as well. Yeah, I agree. Like any other interface is better than that. Okay, I think I can do the small libraries one to start. I need to get through all of this. We'll figure out the state of like hiring for ideas. I still have to get through the email. I've just had literally zero free time for like a week straight. And whenever I do have enough free time to do things like email, I'm instead streaming so I can catch up on my content calendar. Because right now we don't even have enough videos to make it to my next stream on Wednesday. So I want to buff this out as much as possible because we have plenty of ideas, just not enough time. So that's the priority at the moment. So let's get started with all of that. Actually, I did have one other thing I wanted to do. I just want to make a new project for managing ideas. And I'm going to just kick this off to run in the background while we do other things. I want help managing the ideas for videos on my channel. This will involve a few different tasks in order to identify potential ideas for videos that I haven't yet published on YouTube. Useful info. Channel is at t3.gg, mostly focused on full stack dev stuff plus AI dev stuff. Do a lot of breaking news coverage. I would like to filter or to grab ideas from good sources on a daily cadence, i.e. Hacker News, Simon Willison's blog. I would like to use LMs to identify which topics I have not covered that fit the various topics This tool should be able to index and scrape all my existing IT vids to get a good idea of what type of content I make. Then it should scrape HN and Simon's site daily to find potential topic ideas I have yet to cover. I'm imagining this as a simple web UI built with my usual stack. Convex makes the most sense for running the LLM requests and managing the data. Plan away. Cool. Hope Claude doesn't think I'm impersonating myself this time for real, though. I need to hit up the factory guys to re-up because they had given me a comped account for testing and then I broke a bunch of shit and the comped thing didn't renew. So I need to hit them up to do that again so I can test it more thoroughly. But for now, I'm just using the tools I like because I am building this for my own actual use and just want to kick it off in the background. I've contributed. The main Vibe Kanban view that's coming out soon was written meaningfully by me. I rebuilt the whole UI layer. I have not tried the other two yet. I just want to check on this randomly throughout stream. Google search Vibe Kanban, you'll find it pretty quick. Cool, let those go. I checked it on YouTube chat a decent bit. Let me get things going. No, Bad Cops of VIP, not allowed. I didn't try Flux because it wasn't yet built in as a template in Comfy UI, and I haven't had time to set it up myself. I do have somebody else building something with it in the list of things that we'll possibly talk about today, though, because Anti-Res built his own Flux 2 renderer in C, vibe coding for fun to see the limits of what he could vibe code. Interesting. This looks very interesting. First time chatter dropping a YouTube link. This will determine what we do with you. Oh, yeah, look at that. You're about to be banned forever. Cool. I think everything I need. Let's start filming. Hi, YouTube. Thank you all for coming through. All 750 of y'all. Fucking crazy. Let's talk about libraries. Yeah, let's do it. I'll just go with these for now. Cool, let's start. This shirt is way more wrinkly than it should be, so I just fucking ironed it. Whatever. Which anti-res thing am I including? Is that not the one that I already... Oh yeah, I have... It's funny, you linked that, but I literally have that PR open here as the second thing. Yeah. We're good. Let's film. No worries. AI is changing software development fast, and as good as some of those changes are, there are some that are bad and interesting and worth talking about. One of those changes is the role of the library. I've been thinking about this a lot because I build a lot of things and I build them using a lot of different libraries. I've even been memed on it consistently for just npm installing away my problems. And to be fair, that is a real thing that we've seen in ecosystems like npm. The fact that you can just npm install something as simple as a way to pad text on the left is a bit weird. It's cool that these types of code, or on one hand, it's cool that these things that are reusable and common can be shared in such a convenient way, but on the other, it definitely made us a bit lazier because we could just grab a solution that we barely understand and plug it into our code. Kind of like we're doing with AI. Weird. Huh. I wonder how these things will go together. Well, I'm not just wondering, I'm living it myself. I've been changing a lot of things in the projects that I work in, including things like removing libraries that no longer really make sense or cause us problems. And I'm finding that more often than not, depending on the size of the library, it's actually more convenient to just rip it out and rewrite it using prompts than it is to try and massage around the library to try and patch it or work around its weird traits. In this case, there was a library called Takumi that we used for rendering React components on the server to generate PNGs for the T3 chat wrapped feature. And for some reason, we could not get it to bundle in production at all. And I kept fighting it for like 15 minutes, got annoyed, and just vibe code rewrote the whole thing to be client-side JavaScript instead. And I'm far from the only person doing this. Antirez, the creator of Redis, yes, that Redis, is starting to gut C++ libraries in favor of rewritten, vibe-coded pure C implementations. This PR removes 4,000 lines of code. This PR removes 4,000 lines of code and only adds 400. And as he says in the description here, this code was written by Claude Code. And as he says in the description, this code was written by Claude Code using Opus 4.5 and tested carefully, both hand-tested and tested against the original implementation in a synthetic way. Code review was performed independently by Codex and ChatGPT 5.2. Very interesting to see. And I have a feeling this trend is not just going to continue, but is going to fundamentally change the way that our projects look, and most importantly, the way that our package JSONs look. It seems like we're quickly entering a world where these libraries are no longer anywhere near as useful. But you know what is useful? Today's sponsor. Cool. Hilarious. I'll grab the Huntley post. I'm sure this one isn't going to be spicy at all. This is going to be an interesting one because I found that there are a couple different archetypes of people that have opinions on this. Like, think of the type of person that makes fun of JavaScript developers all of the time for installing things like is odd or leftpad. The people who are against these packages have a real point. It's outsourcing some level of competency. Anyone should be able to write the 3-line of code function to pad things on a string on the left of it. And is odd is literally 1 line of code. Like, we're better than this. That said, there is value in libraries, at least at a slightly bigger size than these ones. I am tired of the meme here. And the arguments against libraries like this all make sense. Like, outsourcing your dependencies this way is a risk because now you have to worry about if the dependency changes, maybe somebody takes over the package and is malicious and publishes a bad change. Maybe there's a major version that breaks the way you're using it. Maybe you have all of these things installed and now this huge dependency chain is making it way harder to know what is or isn't safe in your app. There's a lot of things like this. What do you have for me, Shafam? No, not that one. Interesting. Take a look at that later. Back to where we were. Yeah. For the most part, the argument against these libraries is that people who don't really know what they're doing are the users, and they also don't understand the risk they're taking on when supply chain attacks can happen, when dependencies can change, all of the things that could go wrong when your package JSON looks like just all the things that could go wrong when your package JSON looks like a glossary of NPM. And I've seen projects like this. I've seen plenty of projects that look like they just NPM install whatever the hell is in front of them, rather than actually trying to solve problems themselves. What's always been interesting to me is the people who complain about these things tend to also complain about AI code, which is weird because in many ways, AI code is kind of the solution to this problem. The reason people reach for libraries as, to be frank, pathetic as is odd or leftpad is because they don't know what they're doing. Thereby, they are increasing risk in their code base to get over the fact that they don't know what they're doing. And things like generating AI code instead, or tab completing the function, or just asking the chat next to your code in the interface for help doing this thing, those are much less likely to have those same problems. Would it be better to just write the code yourself? Maybe, probably. At the very least, understanding the code is important. But if you look at the things that are wrong with stuff like these packages, the classic supply chain attack stuff, the fact that it's not in your code base, so anything that goes wrong with it or doesn't perform exactly as you expect it to is now a problem that you have to deal with. And of course, you don't actually understand it. These are all real problems, and we are able to eliminate multiple of these simply by generating the code ourselves instead. So for these smaller scale libraries, yes, people probably shouldn't have been using them in the first place, but AI as a way to eliminate them from the lives of average, well, I shouldn't say average, to eliminate them from the lives of less capable devs that don't actually know what they're doing, the stereotypical person who would install is odd. AI code is a net win for them. It will also make it harder to tell that they are as bad as they are, which has its own benefits and negatives, but at the very least, AI replacing these types of things is a good thing, and people relying on packages instead of the 2 lines of code they should write themselves is not great. Moving this off is cool. But then there are lots of other libraries that are quite a bit more annoying to deal with, doing things that are tough. Things like Takumi, for example, or FastFloat in C++. These libraries are in Rust and C++, respectively. Takumi is actually a really cool project. It makes a ton of sense for a lot of things. Takumi is, as they say here, it's a JSX to image. It's a fast way to do rendering of React components so that you get an image out. Really cool if you want to programmatically generate images like this or like this. It's very cool. The problem is the bindings just were not playing nice with our deployments on any platform, especially on Vercel. I spent a lot of time trying to fix it, but whenever we shipped, it would build fine, but it would error out all of our instances, and our production instance for T3 chat went down for about 25 seconds when this officially shipped for us. So I immediately reverted the ship and went and fought it a whole bunch privately and concluded that I didn't feel like it, and it was easier for me to work around the problem by vibe coding my own solution. To be fair here, I also have built things like this before that render React in the browser, snapshot it to a canvas, and then let you download the image. It's not something I'm unfamiliar with, but this library was the better solution. Moving off of this was a downgrade in terms of the capabilities of the system, the performance, and the fact that we moved this to the client instead of doing it on the server like we had previously wanted to. It also meant that if you share a link to your wrapped, that we wouldn't have the image there. The image had to be generated on client. So it had its compromises. But as a developer that understood these things, I could make that decision up myself. I thought about it thoroughly. I looked at the problems we were having. I looked at the things that were going wrong, and I concluded that it wasn't worth it for the benefits we got when I could instead build my own solution. I ended up having to spend a lot of time going back and forth and editing a lot of the code myself, because once you get into weird canvas rasterization stuff, the usefulness of AI agents can go down quite a bit. I tried everything with this one, and they could get a vague, I tried everything with this, and they could all get a vague React rendering in a box that could be turned into a picture, mostly right. But once it came to things like spacing, word wrapping, general layout stuff, and especially like the aesthetics we wanted to add behind the cards, it failed super hard for all of that. And it is my understanding that FastFloat came from a similar place from our friend Antirez. His goal with FastFloat, or his goal here, was to remove one of the few C++ dependencies that is required for building Redis. This is in order to simplify the build process. Funny, not far from what I'm dealing with. It turns out that bringing in other people's code and expecting it to operate in your code base the same way your code does is not realistic. And it's one of the problems that we often deal with our environments. This is why tools like Webpack are still around in 2026, because as frustrating and annoying as they are to work with, there are often dependencies that companies are building on and around that expect tools like Webpack to work a certain way so that you could integrate them into your code base a certain way. A tool like this FastFloat dep is expecting G++ to be installed. Sadly, a lot of Linux distributions don't have that installed even when you set up basic build tools, which means that Redis can't be built on those machines until you manually set up G++. Now, there's much less need for this because previously that made sense because writing a float library was annoying and difficult, and rewriting it in C was even more annoying and more difficult. It's just this type of tedious thing that is what we reached to libraries for. And I want to put these libraries in different categories. There's libraries that go beyond your knowledge. This is for somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, stuff like is odd and stuff like, for people who don't know what they're doing, this is stuff like is odd or left pad. For people who do know what they're doing, but maybe just don't want to fight it, for me, that's something like Takumi. I didn't want to write Rust code to render things on the back end. Not interesting to me. But what it does was within my knowledge. So there's certain libraries you're using because what they're building is beyond your knowledge. Not that and to be clear, I want to categorize this primarily as a thing that happens to more beginner devs. But then there is libraries you use because re-implementing it your way would be tedious. There are a lot of things that fall into this. For me, I still don't like writing my own state management libraries in my React projects because as much as I have opinions about state, all of the little things you have to get right are frustrating, and I will always prefer to work with an existing solution, especially since so many of them are so extensible, so rock solid, and so performant. There's another piece to consider here. Maintenance and extensibility. You can build things in a way that you'll maintain them yourselves and they'll be very extensible, but the chances you do that are very low. So if you need a really powerful tool to handle whatever you throw at it in the future, like let's say you're building an application for the web, and in the future you want to add login, you want to add a blog, you want to add sessions that can be invalidated more easily, you want to add better you want to add better SEO through server rendering, all those types of things. Maybe you build the app yourself using vanilla React, or you build your own frameworks to build around this. Or you can use a tool like Next.js, which has decades of work put into it in order to make all of those pieces more likely to be there when you need them. Have I regretted picking Next for projects in the past? Absolutely. But did I regret it because it was missing functionality that I needed? No. Next.js as a platform was very welcoming to all the weird things I wanted to do to it, whereas now that I'm building more things with traditional Vite plus React, I don't have the ability to server render the pages that I do want to, which is very frustrating when I do want some SEO on certain places, or I want to have static rendering for pages like my docs page, or maybe for my blog, or the terms of service on a site that I'm building. That stuff is obnoxious to get right. And having a tool like Next.js that allows us to go in whatever direction we want to is really powerful. Am I saying when I put Next.js in here, am I saying that I fully understand every detail of how it works and I could build it myself if it wasn't so tedious? No. But the things I'm using in a given project, I probably could do that for. So Next.js is still the type of depth that would make sense for a lot of my projects. That said, there's a lot that it doesn't make sense for, and I'm much more likely to throw together my own solution now than I ever was in the past. Things that were too tedious to implement ourselves suddenly make way more sense, though, and this is where things get interesting. If we were to chart this out, I'll do my best to draw this one. So I'll do problem complexity and your capability. Cool. Let's try to chart this out with complexity versus your capability. Here's something like is odd. It's obviously as little complexity as possible. So who would ever possibly use this? Well, somebody who's just learning how to code, like a true beginner, could absolutely see themselves using something like is odd because their capability is relatively low and this library is relatively appetizing, as stupid as the problem it is that it solves. So somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing, reaching for this makes sense. Effectively, what forms here is a line where your willingness to adopt some solution goes, actually, is that? That's the inverse, yeah. Okay, why is this not visualizing right? Let me think a bit more. I'm trying to get this like. I think I was doing it right before, but the true beginner should be way further over. Yeah, let's try that. See if this feels better. Yeah, okay. So the way I'm thinking of this is that on this section, these are things you would pull in code or deps for. And down here is things you wouldn't dare do that for. Because as your capability goes up, your willingness to adopt some external solution to a problem goes down based on, again, how complex the problem is. If I have something as complex as synchronizing data across client and server, I might foolishly think I can build that myself, which I did with Theo's awful sync engine that used to power T3 chat. I thought I could do that myself, and that the solutions that existed just weren't worth the adoption cost. So I tried this myself, and I went to hell for it. So now I use Convex, which is an external solution. It is a service, it is a framework, it is a library, it is a lot of things, but it is effectively a database as well as a compute platform for updating things in the database. So my willingness to adopt something like Convex is, so now that I've experienced this problem, my willingness to adopt Convex has gone up a ton. And there are other benefits too, that Convex, by living in my code base as actual source code, makes it much easier for these same AI tools to make changes. I know, hardcore Convex shell, sorry, I love this project so much, and there's a reason that it comes up a lot. It really, really helps in this new world. So what's very interesting here is I feel like this has bent out a ton. Instead of this being such a simple linear line, the willingness to pull in deps has changed fundamentally. Why would I pull in a dep when I could use the dependency as a reference point that I could then prompt an agent to go build? And this is where things are going to start getting really interesting, in my opinion. An idea I've been thinking a lot about is this quote from Sty Pete, who I've talked about in almost all my videos recently. Pete's building a ton of cool open source stuff using agents. This stuff's getting adopted more and more, which means he has to review more and more PRs and requests, issues, all of these types of things. Here's his quote. I don't like pull requests anymore. A large chunk of code change doesn't tell me much about the intent or why it was done. I now prefer prompt requests. Just share the prompt you ran or want to run. If I think it's good, I'll run it myself and merge it. This is an idea that's so crazy, I'm probably going to do a dedicated video on just it, but it also shows a lot of what I'm talking about here. Instead of seeing a library and immediately npm installing it, what if you see the library and the developer experience it provides, and then you tell an agent to implement something like it in your code base? Instead of going and installing Zustand, instead of just blindly installing Zustand, which I love and will continue to install, especially because its bundle size is so small and it's very well documented and agents understand it well. But hypothetically speaking, if I liked this, but didn't want to use the package, or I wanted something that only included parts of it, like I really want this, but I don't want the rest, I can copy this, hop into my terminal or into whatever other tool I use, paste it in and say, make this work this way. Don't bring in any deps, and it will implement the parts that I want. This is one of the harshest realities when you bring in a library. There's a very, very good chance the library does a hell of a lot more than you want it to. Funny enough, it's one of the benefits of these tiny ones like ISOD and LeftPad. These don't do jack shit. But libraries like this probably bring a lot of things in that you don't want. And then libraries like Next are definitely bringing in a lot of things that you probably don't want or need. And this is now a calculation that has fundamentally changed in our heads. Previously, the math was pretty simple. It was, how hard is this multiplied by how bad do we need it multiplied by cost of implementation. Or not cost of implementation, risk of adoption. Previously, the math was pretty simple. You multiplied how hard the problem was with how bad you need a solution to it with how risky it was to adopt that external solution. This math's gotten all wonky now because the risk now feels much greater because any library, especially after all the NPM exploits and things, every additional dep in your dependency list feels scarier now. How hard as this has gone down because it's easier to implement, and how badly do we need it hasn't really changed. But it feels like how hard has gone down, and the perceived risk, and the perceived risk has gone up. This makes the math work out very, very differently than it used to. And I'm not the only one saying this. There have been a couple libraries, or I'm not the only one saying this. There have been a couple articles from both Simon and Jeffrey about how libraries are kind of dead now. There's the classic meme as old as time, all modern infrastructure versus a project some random guy in Nebraska has been thanklessly maintaining since 2003. And to be very, very clear, you're not going to vibe code an alternative to FFmpeg. That is an incredible library that is going to power things indefinitely into the future. Open source by design is not financially sustainable. Finding reliable, well-defined funding sources is exceptionally challenging. As projects grow in size, many maintainers burn out and find themselves unable to meet the increasing demands for support and maintenance. What's funny here is this is getting even worse as a result of AI. AI makes it easier to implement these things yourself, but it also means a lot of less experienced people are coming into the field and are adopting these things. I would guess, I'll go check, but I would honestly guess these libraries are probably being installed more than ever, not less than ever, simply because of the popularity of coding going up as a result of these AI tools. Let's see if my theory here is right. ISOD has maintained roughly where it was, but it is going back up now after the Christmas slump. Yeah, downloads have not gone down, even though the need to install this has gone down because you can just vibe code an alternative, or hopefully you're competent enough to know the one line of code you want instead. LeftPad people love downloading as a meme, so it will always have these weird spikes. But as you see here, the amount of actual downloads does indeed appear to be going up over time, which is weird and scary. But again, that's because people are writing more stuff than they ever have before. This seems a little too niche for me to like try and handle for this, but I get the idea. Yeah. What's even funnier in What's even funnier in the case of LeftPad is that this is now built into JavaScript. There is a concept of adding padding as a string function that's built in, and people are still installing this. But when you have enough more people who are building stuff using AI that don't know what they're doing, the likelihood they install something like this is also going up as a result. Yeah, the Lerob migration is also a good example. I'll pull that up to go to in a bit. Something you have to think about when you adopt libraries is something that's important to think about when you're adopting libraries is how much you can shift it, because you don't control it. Remember, a library is a bundle of code that lives somewhere else that you're effectively pulling into your project. This is one of the biggest benefits of vibe coding alternatives, because you can now shift them in different directions when they don't do what you need. So you have to think when you adopt this thing, can you influence it? Like, can you change how it works? And if you do need something, can you convince people to make those shifts for you? If yes, or if no, you're just a user of the thing. If yes, we have more questions. Do you have the capacity to contribute? Do you have the time to go into this project, make changes, file pull requests the way the team wants, and communicate with them to get them actually merged and shipped? If no, you're a backer. You're just maybe contributing money to it, but that's about it. If yes, we have one more question. Strategic importance. How important is it for this thing to be part of your project, to work certain ways? How important is this to your business and what you're building? If yes, you need to be a maintainer. If no, you need to be a contributor. Roughly, yes. But if you could throw this whole thing away by just forking or building an alternative, the value proposition changes a lot. One fun example of this is ink. Almost all of the coding CLIs we are using right now originally started based on top of ink. So what is ink? Ink is React for CLIs. It lets you write CLIs using React components by providing a bunch of primitives as a library. Kind of how React Native works, where it provides components that let you render to native platforms. Ink provides components that let you render to the CLI. I still use this for a lot of the AI coding tool, or I still use this for a lot of the command line apps that I'm vibe coding, because AI tools know React very well, and this library is well documented enough and used enough that people seem to understand it too. And to go back to NPM trends, we can take a look at how popular ink is and see very clearly that it has skyrocketed in popularity, largely due to these new tools. Ink is really cool. That said, ink has plenty of problems of its own. The classic flicker problem that exists in things like the classic flicker problem that exists in tools like Claude Code and is starting to finally be resolved is largely blamed on ink. The harsh reality is that ink isn't the problem there. There's a whole world to go into here of the different rendering modes in the terminal using the standard built-in buffer versus the alternative buffer. And that's where a lot of the UX differences come between a tool like Claude Code and Codex versus a tool like what you see with OpenCode. OpenCode isn't using the standard buffer, so it's not going to behave the same way your terminal does, and they have to re-implement all of those things. That is why these things are so different. That said, ink is really powerful, but it has its limitations around the way it uses the buffer, around performance expectations, around a lot of the assumptions that it has, and most importantly, the fact that it's just one dude building it part-time who is busy defending his country from another country. I have the utmost respect for Vadim, and I totally understand why he can't be making changes to this project constantly, especially considering how many multi-billion-dollar companies are leaning on it as heavily as they are. That's why Sindre's largely taken over the project. Sindre's built a ton of awesome shit, including Kai, which is one of my favorite fetch alternatives in JavaScript, and one of those things that I was starting to install more that I now rip. I should sponsor him. I will do that after stream. You should too. They are working really hard to maintain this library, especially now that it is more essential than ever. That said, certain companies that don't necessarily believe as much in open source that are relying on this heavily, Claude, Anthropic, sorry, I've been sick for a bit, decided that rather than contribute to this library or do an open source fork that fixes their problems, they've instead decided to just internally, privately rewrite it. And now Claude Code is using their internal alternative to ink that is closed source and private because it's cheaper to do things that way. And that's really what it comes down to. To go back to this chart, Anthropic decided that while they kind of have the capacity to contribute, they don't feel like doing it, but they didn't like landing on the backer space, so they decided to just build it themselves. And now with Claude Code internally, it's way easier for them to build and maintain that, which is a big part of why they do it. Their willingness to fork dependencies and internally maintain alternatives is a lot higher because it's easier to do that. is also why they chose to buy Bun, because unlike the dependencies they were dealing with, because unlike the ink dependency, Bun is probably not something you can vibe code your way around. I know that Jared is using Claude Code to make a lot of changes to Bun now, but that is with a lot of effort. And Bun is becoming more and more a core dependency of Claude Code as they're trying to ship binaries that are native single packages that could be easily installed across platforms. Bun has become more and more core to how the project works. One way of thinking of this is, what is the relationship between the library and your project? If this is your project and the library that you're using is some small part inside of it, like, I don't know, left pad, maybe that library is not something that you should have as a library, because what you're doing when this is a library is effectively taking this thing that isn't yours and linking it in as a virtual project inside, because you don't have the code, you just have the package. So for things like this, or in the case that we're talking about here, ink, if you can't change this thing because it comes in through a package, your decision to kill all of this so that you can own it makes sense. But if the dependency we're talking about is a little higher level, like, this, I would argue Bun effectively wraps Claude Code, the project, in a literal sense, because Bun is how they bundle it, how they build it, how they create the binary for it. It's also where all of Claude Code's code runs. Claude Code is a JavaScript project that has a bunch of dependencies that run inside of Bun. Bun is a higher level external dep in this case. So Bun being something that they acquire and maintain makes much more sense, because if they want to reduce the risk of all of their dependencies, the one that wraps everything is scary, and they should probably try to find some way to maintain it. It makes sense that Bun was acquired by Anthropic when you consider the nature of how Bun works within their projects and their work. Whereas ink, they see as easier to just rewrite. And here's the harsh reality. We all need to change how we think a bit. It's a very strange world that we're living in now. Anthropic is one of the first to realize this and to do the math and decide ink is worth forking, Bun is worth buying. We all need to think about this ourselves. Which projects are worth forking, are worth building our own alternatives to, are worth funding and contributing to, or are worth avoiding because of the risk profile. The way that we measure which projects we rely on and which packages and libraries and tools we build on top of is fundamentally changing right now. And it's important that you go through your dependencies and think about this. Is this library necessary? Is it holding us back? This is also why I love projects like ShadCN, because ShadCN doesn't encourage you to install a bunch of NPM packages that you don't have any control of. It did used to encourage you installing a ton of the Radix packages, but even they are now burnt by that and are starting to move to base UI. But what's cool with ShadCN is when you set up ShadCN, it is doing such by copy pasting all of that stuff into your code base directly. ShadCN creates a folder named components where all of the files are there. I'm trying to find his BCTA shit. Okay, here's the link. One more underrated benefit of having the code is that it lives in your... On the topic of having the code in your code base, turns out AI is way better at going through code bases than it is at trying to find things through hellish, unorganized docs, LLM's text files, and crappy MCPs that load way too many tokens into your apps. Ben, my channel manager and also fellow YouTuber, built this app, BCTA, which will, instead of doing that, clone the whole code base and use the built-in tools in your agent tooling, things like grep and other search tools, to find how this code works. This ends up being way more reliable than the classic MCP solution like Context 7 that is trying to index all of the data in the docs. Sorry, BTCA, not BCTA. My bad. Yeah, BTCA is way more reliable because it actually understands the code because it has the real code. It turns out these AI tools are way better at dealing with code than they are at dealing with poorly formatted documentation. So when the code lives in your project, that's going to be much better than a bunch of old, outdated Stack Overflow threads that don't actually understand how things work. But do you know what's better than better context? Just having the context in your code base directly. The value of having your code inside of the repo, inside of the place where your agents are already operating, is higher than it's ever been, which greatly increases the incentive to pull things in. It's part of why Shadcn is doing as well as it is right now. It's why more and more people are starting to do changes like this and use tools like BTCA or drop external libraries where they can entirely. There's been a ton of progress in this space. Apparently this is sub only. I like Simon Willison's thoughts on this too. He specifically says that a lot of his open source projects solve existing problems that are frustratingly hard to figure out. He also built Django, the Python framework, so he has experience here. He built his S3 credentials package specifically because getting read-only and read-write credentials for S3 buckets was annoying. Shout out upload thing, by the way. That's a big part of why we made it. Getting S3 right is obnoxious. And instead of having to figure out how to do all of this properly through IAM policies, he built a package to make it easier. But now modern LLMs are very good at those same policies to the point that if he needs to solve the problem today, he doubts he would find it frustrating enough to justify finding or creating a library to do it. And I'm seeing this too. I can't tell you how many times I've shared something I'm working on and a bunch of people say, why don't you release it? Where's the code? And I'll instead just send them the prompt and then they go at it themselves. I no longer want source code. I want prompts. I want examples of how they're using the thing. I want to know what the value is and why they made it so I can then go make my own equivalent. There are lots of projects that you can't do in 1 to 10 prompts, but there are a lot of things you can. A lot of dependencies that are so well understood, so well documented, and so common that replacing them with your own code suddenly makes a lot of sense. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Previously, the thing that made a library really useful was that the problem was annoying, the solution was simple, and the package was popular, universal, maintained. These were roughly what made one of these packages worth install. This is roughly what would make one of those packages worth installing. These exact same characteristics make it really easy to solve with AI. If the problem is annoying, chances are there's a lot of public documentation on the problem. If the solution is simple, there's probably a lot of documentation of that solution that the agents have in their training data. And if the package was popular, universal, and well-maintained, there's a very good chance the libraries are. And if the package was universal, popular, and well-maintained, there's a very good chance the agents and the LLMs we're using have it all in their training data and can replicate it meaningfully well, relatively quick. The same things that made one of these packages worth installing now make the package worth replacing. And that's a weird thing that's going to have long-term side effects as we keep changing how we build. This is also a big part of why we're not talking as much about new libraries as we were in the past, because the incentive to bring in something new that the agents might not know about is a lot lower than the incentive to build something the agent does know about because it lives in your code base. And this puts us in a really weird place where I think we're going to see people copy-pasting prompts instead of building actual packages. As NCE just put it in chat, prompts are kind of becoming the new library. Of course, YouTube chat broke. Let me find. Where's the thing? I know I saved it somewhere about fixing your fucking Claude MD and Agents MD that was posted by Matt Pocock. There we are. I expect we'll see more and more things like this. Matt Pocock posted a few days ago that bad Agent MD files can make your coding agent worse and cost you tokens. Here's a prompt you can use to clean it up, plus a full guide for folks that want to learn. This is a prompt you can go to his website, grab, copy, paste into your terminal, and then use to fix things. Here's the prompt. I want you to refactor my Agents MD file to follow progressive disclosure principles. Follow these steps. Find contradiction. Identify any instructions that conflict with each other. Yada, yada. You know what? Let's try this. Open a new terminal. I'm going to do my favorite thing, which is open up a real text editor to edit this. So I want to change it to Claude MD because I'm just going to use Claude code because I'm lazy. Paste. Enter. Let's see what it has to say. Contradictions found. None detected. Your instructions are internally consistent. The only potential ambiguity is that I say use npm or use pnpm if the project already uses it. Otherwise, use bun. But it's clear as written. And then essentials. These are things that should stay in the root. Cool. It suggests that maybe my tech stack and TypeScript restrictions should be put out, but they're so simple, I don't think that's necessary. Always strive for concise, simple solutions. That's funny because that I copied from a Matt Pocock thing. Redundant. That's the default behavior. Sure it is, Claude. Sure your default is concise and simple solutions. If a problem can be solved in a simpler way, propose it. Redundant, covered by the above, I don't agree. I found that this edition has actually been very, very nice. If it has to do too much work at once, stop and state that clearly. Too vague. What threshold? Sure. But this is actually useful. And if I had a bigger Claude MD, this would be very, very helpful. In fact, let's ask it in T3 chat to do the same thing. Here it's actually finding some useful stuff, especially comparing and contrasting my global Claude MD with the internal one. Like, this is a useful thing. And now it's asking questions about which things I want to keep track of. That's great. This is, again, valuable. This could have been a library. He could have written a library that I would run that would do a lot of different things, that would make these comparisons, that would run against some agent he's hosting in the cloud and charging money for. But instead, it's a prompt you can copy paste into your code base and see what happens. That's really cool. And I suspect we'll be seeing more and more of these things going on in the future. I don't know if that necessarily fits. That might be a bit of a reach. I think I've said all I have to say here. The world is changing, and in some ways it's scary, but in others it's exciting. How do you feel about this, though? Are you going to go uninstall all your NPM packages, or do you think I'm just blowing smoke up of Claude's ass? Let me know how you feel, and until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Cool, did that. Let me grab this to be in sources. I think that's the main. I'll put better context in here. Oops, I don't want to close that. These can all die, though. I have another screen there that has my OBS and everything, including chat. Is anything there? Cool. Ben will start streaming very soon. I just helped him rebuild everything for that. Hey, I saw Mickey's Ralph setup. I'd rather build my own personally. Aiden. No. What was this? What's the long term for SaaS? I don't actually know. That's why I haven't talked about that, because I don't have a strong feeling. Idea thing going? Good question. Let's see how much progress it has made. Use open router with AI SDK. Default to let's read the plan. Philip, identify potential video topics. Mm-hmm. Any way we can do this without a YouTube God API key. Cool. Re-implementing a library with a GPL license, just totally fine. You can't copyright, or like the GPL license does not cover the like API. APIs are not protected by copyright. That's been well established. This I'll take a look at later. Okay. I would hope most LMs aren't trained on GL like data that falls under licenses where they can't really use things. Like GPL license code probably shouldn't be. Make sure I left my changes. It did. Cool. Oh shit, congrats rotating phaser. Good luck. Fuck it. Let's see how it goes. Oh shit, it's Faye with the raid. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Thanks for all you guys showing up on a Sunday afternoon. You guys don't know, I'm Theo. I film YouTube videos live on Twitch. I'm also live on YouTube, but who likes that? I'm just here. Hope you're doing well. Quick shout out. God, it's too hard to select text. Shout out Svay. If you guys are looking for more people who code online or on Twitch, Svay's one of the best. For those who are just showing up, I am filming a lot of random videos. Just did the death of the library. I think that LLMs are going to kill a lot of the things we used to use libraries and packages for, which I think is an interesting topic. Happy with that one. Soon we're going to be talking about the war against GPUs, like the potential risk in death of NVIDIA, as well as our junior engineers screwed with all of these changes going on. Lots of fun things to talk about. I'm also in the background running some big project generation type stuff, seeing if I can make a tool to recommend topics for me. Should be fun. I worked off a bit, not a lot. I find it's not that useful if you use agents that can run for a long time anyways. I have not used Cloudbot for anything interesting yet. I've been way too busy, sadly. I know I have way more people watching on YouTube, but both of the numbers are small relative to the video viewership, so yeah. But also, if you compare the chat activity, you'll understand where I come from. Yeah. Transcript extraction is going to be tough. I know that is a fact. They've made a lot of changes on the YouTube side that make that way more annoying. I will ask about that in a follow-up once it's gone a little further. Made 4 projects over the weekend? Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll save this to read. I'm not going to make content about the weird crypto grifting stuff going on because that gives it more attention, which doesn't help at all. We have a new component library based on Shad CN theming. Over the weekend, use AI tools like Claude and Cursor, and we're able to set up the whole project, write custom styles, script to automated testing. Same repo, you have a dev playground, Fuma docs. How do you get your dev team to embrace these tools? You honestly don't take advantage of the fact that you can move so much faster than everyone else. Like if it's convincing them as into simple as look at what I did with these, stop trying to, just be better than all of them. And hang out other places where you could find people that get it. More time if AI keeps getting hacked, yeah. There will be angles for that. There will be more AI tools getting hacked, especially now with co-work and the risks there. There will always be a new AI tool being hacked whenever I do decide to film that video. Let me find. I just downloaded this fucking PDF like a day ago. Come on. No, here it is. Q3 artificial analysis report. Perfect. And I can hop over to my favorite slide. Cool. Everything we need for this one. Still going. Cool. You can download that PDF on the artificialanalysis.ai website. There are no like just simple list that shows the Fortune 500 and like what they're currently worth. Scroll down a little. None of this is the current value though. I want their market caps. Haha. There we go. This is perfect. Thank you. A+. I already did the marker, right? I need to vibe code a tool to keep track of when I filed a marker. I need to rebuild the whole marker thing, honestly. Yeah, there we go. I did the mark already. Sorry, phase. Let's do it. Did you know that NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world? I mean, it makes sense, right? All of these huge AI companies are relying on them fully in order to do the AI stuff that we all expect them to do. That's why NVIDIA's valuation isn't better. That's why NVIDIA's value is comparable to that of silver. Yes, all of the silver in the world is comparable to the value. Oops. Yeah. Yes, all of the silver in the world is comparable to the value of NVIDIA, just one company that makes chips for gamers. And now those same chips turn out to be really good for AI stuff, which is why everybody is using them. From Google, let me start with the best ones. So there's Anthropic. Oh, Anthropic's moving to Google's TPUs. Well, that's fine. There's plenty of other companies that aren't doing that, like OpenAI. Oh, OpenAI is partnering with Cerebras, the chip company. Well, at least there's Meta, right? Oh, Google's working to erode NVIDIA's software advantage with Meta's help. Google's going to be giving TPUs to Meta? Huh. Very interesting. In fact, things have gotten so crazy that even NVIDIA is investing in alternatives to NVIDIA, like Grok, who they just paid some crazy number. It's currently estimated around $20 billion to license Grok's technology and pull its founder and some other people over to bring what Grok does to NVIDIA. Because it turns out GPUs might not actually be the best solution for AI going forward. It's crazy how quick this shift is. It's crazy to think that the literal most valuable company in the world might be selling a type of chip that stops being relevant in the next few years, if not even few months. And I have a lot to say about it. But you know what else is, but you know what's likely going to stay valuable? Today's sponsor. So let's talk a bit about why NVIDIA is kind of doomed. In order to understand this, we need to first understand how we got here in the first place. Why is it that the company that made graphics cards for our gaming PCs suddenly became the most valuable company in the world? I could go way too deep on the weird history of NVIDIA as a hardware partner, from how they fucked over Apple to how they're the reason that the Red Ring of Death happened for the Xbox and so many other things. I'm a nerd about this. I know way too much. I have been an NVIDIA hater for the better part of like 15 or so years now because they made my life as a PC builder way harder. They made Apple's lives way harder. NVIDIA's just been a really bad player in the market for a long, long time. But NVIDIA did have one thing: the best GPUs. It turns out making GPUs is hard. That's why so many companies have been struggling to get into it themselves. Intel started their own GPU division a few years ago in order to try and catch up with NVIDIA and AMD, and they have struggled immensely. AMD tried and failed as well, and instead chose to buy out ATI, which was a company that was competing pretty close with NVIDIA at the time being like 20 years ago, and since then has been folded fully into AMD as their graphics division. And those graphics chips are the ones being used in most home consoles today, things like the Xbox and the PlayStation, because both Sony and Microsoft have moved as far away from NVIDIA as possible because they've had so many problems with them. And funny enough, the only one still betting on NVIDIA for consoles is Nintendo, because they inked some crazy private deal in order to use all of NVIDIA's failed ARM chips that they were trying to sell for tablets trying to move those to the Switch in hopes of finding a market for it, and that went better than anyone would have expected. So NVIDIA's only console sales, only gaming sales right now are to NVIDIA of all are to Nintendo of all companies. But for the most part, NVIDIA has pissed off all of their partners over the last 20 years to the point where very few of them still choose to rely heavily on NVIDIA in the hardware sales and distribution space. And the reason they get away with it is, again, making GPUs is really, really hard. It's so hard that NVIDIA doesn't even do it themselves. So what the hell makes NVIDIA so valuable then if they're not making the GPUs? The company that's actually making the chips and the dies and the silicon that goes into NVIDIA's GPUs is a company named TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. These guys manufacture the silicon for all of the best chips in the world. There are other companies that make chips, but none of them make chips as small, refined, and powerful as TSMC. That's why Apple relies on them heavily for all of their chips. The reason the M series Macs and the iPhones and iPads in general are so performant is because Apple made a bet on TSMC early as their silicon manufacturing partner. And more companies have had to move over as well, including, crazy enough, companies like Intel that historically have owned their own manufacturing. TSMC is, in my opinion, the company that is actually most valuable by far across all of this, because without TSMC, the performance that we expect from NVIDIA, from AMD, from Intel, from Apple, from all these things is no longer possible. This company is what the next World War will probably start around, as crazy as that sounds. Whoever controls TSMC kind of controls how powerful chips are for the rest of the world. But TSMC is just taking a blueprint and constructing it. Those blueprints have to come from companies, those specs, those plans, those tolerances, those expectations, the SDKs and platforms around them, the thing that you're actually shipping to a user. TSMC isn't shipping a chip to a user. TSMC is taking in a blueprint, printing it onto an impossibly small die, and then sending that to a company like Apple or NVIDIA to do what they want to with. And NVIDIA has really, really good architecture for doing GPUs through processes being developed by TSMC. NVIDIA comes up with crazy ways to do compute with silicon that they then forward to TSMC as a plan that gets manufactured and then given back to NVIDIA. And part of the agreement is that TSMC can't keep those blueprints, can't reuse or sell those blueprints or any techniques that NVIDIA makes up or discovers, which means a lot of the things that make NVIDIA's chips so good at generic, crazy math processing bullshit is stuff that TSMC knows about but can't reuse or resell, and all of the things that have leaked are so heavily patented that NVIDIA will sue your fucking life out of your soul if you try to copy them. And the reason for this is relatively simple. NVIDIA's GPUs are really good at generic compute BS, especially all the fancy vector math stuff and matrix transformations and the things you'll hear about on other YouTube channels that go way deeper in the math. The NVIDIA chips were built to handle those types of things because they were built to handle lots of pixels on a screen. If your processor has 4 cores and you have to process 1920 by 1080 pixels, that's 2 million pixels you have to process every second. Good luck doing that that's 2 million pixels you have to process every frame. That's 16 milliseconds of time. Imagine processing over 2 million pixels on 4 to 8 cores in 16 milliseconds. Good luck. Good luck. This is why GPUs are so powerful. They have hundreds upon thousands of these much smaller, much dumber tricks. Or they have thousands of these much smaller, dumber cores, effectively, that are built to do this large math transformation stuff that handles much more, and it can handle these types of workloads much more easily, similar to how they handled things like mining cryptocurrencies. I'm probably going to date myself a bunch here, but when I was in high school, my favorite thing about having a nice GPU is that it was a free source of income because I could use it to mine Bitcoin, because Bitcoin mining was a complex enough math problem that a powerful GPU could solve, and you would make some money as you powered the network of Bitcoin. It was so powerful and it was so useful that people started looking for ways to optimize the math. Because the GPU is really good at these types of generic problems, but if you're doing the exact same thing over and over again, the GPU being so generic stops being as beneficial. And this is why ASICs started to become popular. An ASIC, as Google summarizes for us here, thank you, probably ran on an ASIC, funny enough, is an application-specific integrated circuit. They were commonly used for Bitcoin, specifically because the Bitcoin math could be optimized further if you made a purpose-built chip to just do that one piece of math. And very quickly, ASICs took over in the Bitcoin mining world to the point where if you were using a GPU, you were losing money because your power bill was greater than what you would make back versus an ASIC miner, which was so much more optimized that it was more capable of getting more blocks broken in cheaper or in faster times and using less power. This is the thing that we are here to talk about, not Bitcoin ASICs, but the idea of application-specific integrations in general on chips. Cerebras is the most prominent company in this space. The space that we are talking about here is accelerator hardware, chips that can be given these workloads and actually perform them and generate results. A chip that can traverse this gigantic pile of parameters that are often hundreds of gigs large, which is the model itself, that it can then use and pull in this file of text that a user generated or is your chat history or whatever, and combine those two things to figure out which token is most likely to be next by using all of the parameters in its giant map, adding in the math it calculates off of the text you put in to point it towards what parameter is most likely to be next. It's this giant web of vectors pointing to and from each other that is hard math to calculate. But it turns out you can optimize chips to be way better at it. GPUs are better than almost anything else that exists in the traditional world at this. And since a lot of workloads for training tend to need more competence and capability in what you can do, GPUs are still the chip of choice for training. But when you actually want to run the model once it's done being baked, those same chips are nowhere near as efficient as tailor-made solutions. The other interesting thing here is the companies you think of most immediately when you think of AI, the OpenAIs and the Anthropics and the Metas of the world, those companies don't make their own accelerator hardware. They are all just using chips they buy from other companies, mostly from NVIDIA. But there are some investments happening in accelerator hardware, most notably Google, which is the only company that covers everything from the apps you use with AI to the models, to the place that you host the models, to the hardware the models run on. Google's one of the only companies that's competing in all of those spaces and finding any success with it at all. Even NVIDIA doesn't really let you rent GPUs from the cloud. They bought a company that does it. They barely maintain it. If you want to use a bunch of NVIDIA GPUs, you better go buy them from NVIDIA or find somebody else who already has. So NVIDIA has historically been the default option that all these other companies rely on when they're trying to do inference, training, and everything else. But that is a wedge that other companies noticed existed. Companies like Grok, Cerebras, and SambaNova. All three of these companies know that this can be optimized better, especially the actual inference side, based on what they've seen in the past with things like, Bitcoin ASICs. There's obviously opportunity here to make things that are faster for doing inference. Let me find. I'll just do GPT OSS 120B. If you want proof of this, look no further than Actually, can I switch to dark mode on here, or do I have to be signed in to do it? I think I have to be signed in. Cool. We'll switch over to Helium for that then, so people don't complain. If you want proof of this, look no further than OpenRouter. If you're not familiar, OpenRouter lets you route your LLM traffic across different places to make it easier to change out what model you're using, what platform is hosting the model, things like that. So it's really easy to take an open weight model like GPT OSS 120B and change where you're actually running it because you just change the string or let them do it for you. Companies like Deep Infra, which are using traditional NVIDIA GPUs, can run this model at around 60 tokens per second. On my laptop, on my MacBook, I can run the same model at 80 tokens per second. But if you scroll a little bit and look at some companies like, let me get back down to Samba Nova, or I really want to find Grok. Yeah, there we go. But if you scroll down to a company like Grok, which again makes their own chips for this purpose, you go from 60 to 80 TPS up to 360 tokens per second. Or with Cerebras, all the way up to 702 TPS. That's a 10x difference. That means it's running the model 10 times faster. Insane. There are models where Cerebras can pull 3,000 TPS if the optimizations are right and the model is built to work well with the architecture of their chips. One of the most common complaints with OpenAI models right now, especially models like GPT 5.2 Codex, is that they are really smart, but they're really slow and just not as pleasant to use as a result. Which is why this partnership's really exciting, and why the first thing Sam Altman had to say about it was very fast codecs coming. Yeah, this is a bet to let them make the models way faster, and also, theoretically speaking, free up some of their NVIDIA GPUs that were being used for this inference so they could use those GPUs for training instead. Every GPU you're using for training is a GPU you can't use for inference, so if they move inference off GPUs, they have more of them available for doing training work. And when you look into a company like Cerebras, you see just how hard they're going to make all of this happen. They make gigantic chips, on one hand because they want to put more things on them, but also because they don't have access to the same manufacturing that NVIDIA does for TSMC, so their actual die sizes have to be larger as well. That said, their wafers can do crazy inference. It's wild to look at this and see how gigantic the chips are. The problem with manufacturing chips that are this big is that having all of the pieces you put into it work is likely not going to happen. The bigger the chip is and the more dies you put on it, the higher chance that some of those are failing, which is one of the big things they've had to innovate in a lot. How do you reduce the failure rates low enough that you can actually make a chip this big without having a bunch of the dies dead on it on arrival? Also notice how little information they're putting on the page here. That is a choice. These companies are all hiding the absolute fuck out of everything that they are doing. Cerebras, Grok, Samba Nova, NVIDIA, AMD, Intel, none of these companies are sharing any details about how they make these things. This is the type of information that, like, you need to sign 15 NDAs, promise your firstborn child, and then wear a all, like, top to bottom gown that is static proof and go through a room to be sanitized before you're even allowed inside of the facility. Like, the level of privacy and secrecy around these things makes Apple look like an open... The amount of secrecy and privacy around these things makes Apple look like an open source company. It's kind of nuts. But there's a reason for it. There's a very expensive reason for it. NVIDIA is worth $4.5 trillion. If the secrets that make their chips so good become public information, NVIDIA is no longer worth $4.5 trillion. And NVIDIA knows this and is scared of this, which is why they spent $20 billion of those $4.5 trillion to do a partnership with one of these chip companies, Grok. Not Grok with a K, Grok with a Q. Grok with a Q is one of the companies building these chips. They refer to their chips as the LPUs. They are chips built for inference, and these chips are built for doing inference really, really performantly, just like the other ones we're talking about. No wasted operations, no unpredictable delays. Every cycle accounted for. They also integrate the memory on chip because then things end up being way faster and you can squeeze way more RAM on to fit bigger models. They're power efficient. They're on these gigantic racks that they put wherever they can in the world. They also often have to build their own SDKs because remember, you don't get access to cool things like CUDA anymore, the standard for building GPU optimized work, when you have a chip that's not a GPU. So that not only are these companies rethinking the actual chips that we're running everything on, they also have to rethink the SDKs in the software that we're building on top of them. And often it's a back and forth where Grok will look at how models like, and often this is a back and forth where a company like Grok has to deeply analyze how a model like Llama works, what parts of the GPU it's hitting, and then bring those same benefits, and then take those things and optimize them to hell and back to squeeze into a custom chip. And that back and forth is crazy. Sometimes a new model drops and it doesn't fit well on a Grok chip. And now they have to go back to the drawing board and make modifications both to the model and to the chip to try and make them mesh better. And since everything's still trained on NVIDIA, everything's still largely built to be run on NVIDIA. So yeah, it turns out when you make a chip for a specific purpose, you can outperform chips that are made for more generic work. And the only way NVIDIA's current architecture would keep them as number one is if it turns out by some weird divine intervention that GPU architecture is just magically the exact architecture that makes the most sense for doing AI work. In order to beat NVIDIA, you have to replace all of the things that make NVIDIA great. You have to have all of the things that they do in a generic way accessible in other places. You have to handle the fact that everything's built around CUDA and crazy tools around it just aren't going to work on these other things yet. You have to be prepared to fight on all of those levels. But there's a lot of companies that are prepared for that fight and are pushing hard. But it's important to know how long that takes as well. When TSMC wants to spin up new manufacturing, that doesn't happen in months. That doesn't happen in a year. It takes 5+ years for TSMC to say, okay, we have this process. We want to implement it. We're going to build a new factory for it. 5 to 10 years. That's also why the chip shortages are happening now, because the demand went up and it takes 5 to 10 years for the manufacturing to catch up. That's also why we're starting to see these companies like Grok and Cerebras finally really getting competitive, because it's been about 5 to 10 years since they started. But in the end, margins always win. And the margins NVIDIA has right now are far too high when their chips aren't as optimized as they could be. Right now, we are putting a lot of money into training, as well as a lot of money into right now, we're putting a lot of money into training and inference. But over time, if the AI bubble continues to grow, we'll have way, way more money and time going into the inference side. And NVIDIA selling chips for inference will stop making sense very quickly with basic economics of scale. But until then, I suspect, and again, this is not financial advice, I would expect NVIDIA to stay pretty close to the top for a while as the market slowly realizes that TSMC is the company actually producing the value. And more importantly, the novelty that makes NVIDIA so high up here is something that they aren't necessarily the best solution for. I think I've said all I have to here. It's always fun to rage at NVIDIA as a lifetime gamer that has a lot of opinions about the company. But in the end, I'm just excited to see competition happening and for inference to get faster. I want these models to run as fast as we can possibly have them, because that makes them easier to use and more powerful in our day-to-day work. I'm excited to run things like Codex on 3,000 tokens per second instead of the measly 30 to 40 that we get today. Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, peace, nerds. I know. Veritasium has the video. I haven't watched it yet, but the last time I saw a video about these types of things, the information was so restricted. I have this saved. I haven't read it yet. Thank you all for hanging out. Hi, YouTube chat. Yeah, I have the actual repo for this saved because I was reading through it. It was really cool. See my project's going. It didn't do vanilla.js, right? No, okay, it did TypeScript. Paste the error. Sunday's probably going to start becoming more regular. I put it in my calendar as such because I want to build more because I want to stop being so behind. Vibe specking. Yeah, I mean, this is just like what plan mode is now, effectively. Or significantly cheaper to run than Go. This I'm interested enough to read through paywall later. This one's free, right? Cool. Junior screwed. I'll throw this in here. Oh, yeah, that was there for that. Okay, I just want to read this quick. This is mostly like the angle I was already planning, which is interesting. It doesn't drop numbers though, and the numbers actually make things look significantly less bad. This will be the top. I also want to find some person at Netflix, like, who's, I think she's the CTO, specifically said that I don't think it was this. No, it was not this. I'm gonna resave this. So that's the top of my list. NVIDIA, not NVIDIA, Netflix hiring juniors, AI native. They said something along the lines of like, they're hiring junior engineers because they are AI native, unlike the existing people. I saw it in a video interview with a woman who works at Netflix. I can't remember where it was. If anybody vaguely remembers what I'm thinking of here. This I will save for this for sure. It's not what I was thinking of, but there was an employee at Netflix who's high up was talking about how she's changing how Netflix hires. Not what I'm thinking of. Oh, yep. This is what I was looking for. Thank you, chat. Good shit. Who found that? Shoeboom, thank you for the link. This is some gospel bullshit again. I'm going to be so mad. Oh, no, this is somebody else linking the same thing. Thank you. It's Pragmatic Engineer still. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. You guys are legends. Give me 1 sec to blow my nose, and we'll get started on this one. God, I'm so excited to be done with this fucking illness. I'm dying. Let me make a new pad for this. Fuck, I had an angle I wanted to use in this that I've already forgotten. Let me just write down my key points, see if I can remember it. Let me thank the subs I missed while we were filming. We got Pixels here with the 19 months. Also, thank you, Griff, for the raid. I saw you come in and out when I was in the middle of a thought. Didn't get to thank you properly. Appreciate it. Bryn Cad with the 20 months of support. Fucking legend. And then Uncle James with the Prime as well. Thank you all again. I would need more context on this chart. I think it's in here, right? Yeah, these are the charts that I was looking for specifically. An increase of like 1%. Alt titles. How to survive the changing job market. Don't let AI take your job. Cool. Page 26 on this guy. I wish I knew the index on the left. Yeah, I don't trust these numbers. A lot more than 8% of devs, 5% are using Cursor. How old is this data? Was this like start of 2025 that they did this? Way back since April 2025. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Thank you, FaZe, for the double check. I can work from here. I have everything I need. Appreciate all the graph hunting that you guys have been doing. Let's go into it. Okay, I think I'm good. Let's do this. Okay, I think I'm good. Let's start this. I think it's fair to say that the job market is weird right now. Honestly, weird is putting it lightly. I've been seeing crazy numbers, like 74% of devs are struggling to land a job despite demand going up. Things like 40% of devs planning to leave their 40% of job or 40% of employed devs are planning to leave their current job within a year, which is even crazier. And when you look at the headcount, and when you look at the split across different levels of experience for headcount at companies, you see junior engineers collapsing, as well as mid-career and senior engineers rising meaningfully. At the same time, there are lots of numbers that contradict these. At the same time, there's lots of other numbers that contradict this, like the number of recent grads that are struggling to find jobs going up a bit, sure, but that's about 1% increase and nowhere near as bad as things were during the recession in the early 2010s, where it was much higher, closer to 8% of new grads. So what does this all mean? It means that we need to think a bit differently about the job market. Any existing advice that you may have taken, or all of the advice that exists, or most of the advice that exists around the web and most of the advice that is available today is dated at best and harmful at worst. And I want to do my best to break this down. I admittedly don't know what the real... My goal here is to make a video that's useful to people who are experienced engineers, maybe considering a new gig, new grads, or people recently in the field that are trying to get their first job, but also for hiring managers, people who are looking to level up their teams by bringing in the right people at the right time to build something awesome. In order to get things right, we're going to need to rethink a lot of how we... In order to get this right, we're going to need to rethink a lot about what hiring even is and how these... To get this right, we're going to need to rethink a lot about how hiring works and how you get the right people on your teams and what they're even doing in the first place. Our roles are changing actively, and as such, the way that we hire should change too. And I don't think it's changing fast enough. That's why I'm going to do my best to break this all down for you right after a word from today's sponsor. Cool. Let's figure out where I want to start. I want to get my order of events right here. So interviews are fundamentally... Interviews are fundamentally flawed. I think these are like core points. I'm trying to figure out what I want to make the first point here. Cool. That far away for now. I'm gonna run to the bathroom super quick. Be right back. God, I'm so fucking excited to not be sick anymore. You guys have no idea. Okay. Okay. I think this is a good start point. In order to talk about what's going on here, we have three. I'm going to do my best to break down all of this chaos into three core parts. Companies suck at hiring, experienced devs suck at growing, and juniors suck in general, but should lean into it. The junior stuff's going to come near the end, so make sure you stick around for it. But I think all of this will be useful for every level of dev as you try to rethink how this stuff works going forward. Let's start with one of my favorite topics, which is that companies suck at hiring. There are so many layers to this, but I'm just going to start with one of my personal favorites, how interviews and candidate processes tend to go. If you're new here, you should probably hit that sub button. It doesn't cost you anything, and half of you guys aren't subbed. It's a good way to keep up with what's going on. But if you have been around for a while, you might remember my mock job interview I did with Dan Abramov as my second actual video on my channel. It was a live stream where I did an actual mock job interview with Dan Abramov, who is the creator of Redux and a core contributor of React, often jokingly called the creator of React. And I went really hard in this because I thought how technical candidates were interviewed was fundamentally flawed. And I did a lot of things different things in this video to try and make it easier for people to hire well. One of those things is I shared a technical interview document publicly. Whenever I bring a candidate in for a technical vetting process to figure out if they are good enough technically to be hired for the role, I try my hardest to set the candidate up for success. And this is the first mistake I see a lot in interviews. It feels too much like interviews are set up for gotchas instead of success. The goal of an interview should be the same as your goal as a manager. Set your team up to be as successful as possible by letting them use the right tools, processes, systems, and things that make it easier to succeed. You should want your team to use the things that make them as successful as possible, and you should do the same thing around your interviews. But what if they're using Claude or ChatGPT or Cursor to cheat? They should be using those for their job as well then. Find ways to test their capability that push against the things that you're concerned about. Because when you say that, your concern isn't that they are going to use Cursor on the job. They should use tools like that to be more successful. Your concern is that when things go wrong, they might not have the knowledge necessary to dig themselves out of that hole. And for the last decade and a half plus, we've relied on their ability to describe code on a whiteboard and write a crappy app in 20 minutes that's just sorting a fucking tree as our way of knowing if they know what they're talking about or not. That was always bad, to be clear. But now it's worse than ever because the same things we use to poorly vet someone's technical ability are things that agents can do immediately with no effort. The fact that Cluely was so successful is, again, proof that the process itself is flawed. Because if your interview can be cheated via a crappy AI app, then your job, because if your interview can be cheated by a crappy AI app and your job can't, then there's a gap between what the job expects and what the interview expects, which means you're doing a bad job interviewing. That's why I always have done interviews quite a bit differently. I specifically try to give options to my candidates because my candidates should have the choice of how they think they would best present their capability. Again, setting them up for success. What process gives them the highest likelihood of succeeding? Obviously, the choice they make is something I factor in when I am reviewing them. And long term, I don't think the leak code algorithm puzzles are probably something we should include in interviews because they were always bad. I mostly had this option in here for the candidates that tried really hard on these things, that had spent a lot of time skilling up on it, and as a result, felt more comfortable with this. Because again, you want the candidate to be set up for success, and being comfortable is a really big part of that success. So if this is what they're comfortable with, this is what they choose. I give examples of where these types of problems come from, and I said, a pro tip, most of our problems will probably be based on Advent of Code because the team are all Advent of Code players. We all take it way too seriously, and most of my challenges were based some amount around Advent of Code. I describe what we do. I say, remember, our goal isn't to see how fast you write the right answer. We're trying to learn about how you work and communicate because that's what makes you a good candidate. I describe the general structure of this interview. There's 15 minutes of general tech plus team experience questions. I give a direct example. 30 to 45 minutes of the code puzzle. I can say it's pseudocode or real code, whatever you prefer. And the remaining time would be used for questions about the company, role expectations, etc. Very, very clear expectations. Nobody coming in for a technical interview would read this and choose it and not know what they're going in for. Option 2, the pragmatist. This is my attempt to do something more like real world work, where I give you a project or a spec or an API and say, implement this part of it. Funny enough, not dissimilar to how I use agents today, where I give the specs, the expectation, what I want the output to be, and then see if the candidate can complete it. Obviously, the way this is structured today, this isn't going to be as easy to... Obviously, with how things are structured nowadays, this is a question that could almost certainly be completed by an agent in seconds, but I could also then ask the candidate questions about the code that comes out and how it works. In fact, I would already do that when I worked with these problems with these candidates. When they wrote the code, I would ask them, oh, why did you break out this component? How would you reuse this? How would you make this piece reusable somewhere else? And have the conversation, because that's really what matters with these interviews. You're talking about hiring somebody who's going to work with you every day, somebody who's going to be in your meetings with you, in your Slack with you, at your lunch with you. Your ability to communicate with them is way more important than how much. Your ability to communicate with them is way more important than how many lines of slop they can generate. And then my personal favorite option, the realist. You bring your own repo or project, ideally something open source, and then we shadow you as you work on something for it. So if you have a feature you want to add to your project, a thing you want to build or complete or work on, a bug you want to fix, you send me the repo, you send me information on what you plan to do, and if I think this is a good way to vet your technical skill and communication, Then we work on it together for 1 to 2 hours. And by together, I mean you drive and do most of it, and I ask questions throughout. Again, to see what it is like to actually work with you. That's the point of all of these options, including my favorite one, the specialist. The point here is that if you don't think these ways of interviews work, you can propose your own. If you think you can have your own way to showcase your skills, bring it with you. Show it to me, and I would be hyped to learn. Sadly, I've never had anyone take this option, but also I usually don't hire people that haven't already proven their technical skill. Because if you have a GitHub full of really useful things, or I've interacted with you in the past on different projects, I don't need to do any of this. This all gets thrown away if I already know that you're good. So it's funny because it's kind of ironic that I have what I would consider to be one of the best technical interview processes, and I also don't do technical interviews anymore because I only hire people that have already proven themselves. So despite having one of the best processes, I end up using it the least. But that's part of why I'm putting it out here and continuing to leave it open source and available, because I want more people to think deeply about whether or not their interview process is checking your bullshit leak code skills or is actually seeing what it's like to work with somebody. Because that's what you should be hiring for, compatibility with your team. Let me put this link. So I think we've established the current way people do technical interviews is bullshit and should be rethought. Something like this. Obviously, there are parts of this that don't make as much sense anymore, but really focusing in on transparency, clarity, comfort, and communication will make your interviews way better. The candidate should feel like you're on their team, not like you're using a microscope or a magnifying glass to catch every little thing they do wrong. Because this person's going to be on your team. You want them to be supported. Support them through the process. But in order to get that far, you need to get through some other things that are honestly kind of bullshit. Here's where we have to talk about resume slop a bit. Cold applications are just a garbage thing right now, because every time a job listing goes up, lots of people spam it hoping to get an in. People will generate resumes using all sorts of tools, fill them with fake information and absolute bullshit, in hopes that they get enough attention to have their name clicked on in the pile of 10,000 names, mind you, all of which are being read by a non-technical recruiter at the company. This stuff just is bullshit. It isn't going to get you a job. Like, do you actually think your resume in this gigantic pile of PDFs is magical enough that a random recruiter that doesn't know shit about code is going to read through it, see yours, and pick you? You need to be realistic about this. Cold apps just don't work anymore. You need to find a way to get in front of a person, ideally a technical one, so they know you're a real human, because the realness and the transparency is now rarer than ever. AI making slop so common means that being genuine and real is now an outstanding angle to have and is a lever you can use against all of this bullshit. Things like job fairs are great. Things like seeing posts from the company you're looking at, or things like interacting with posts from engineers at the companies that you're looking at. Local tech meetups if you live in a place that have that type of thing, although local tech jobs are a whole fucking mess of their own. But finding ways to get face time and interactions with the people at the company you're talking about is essential, because you want to really increase the odds that you can get through that first round and get in front of a technical person so that you have a higher chance of getting along with them, getting to showcase your comms abilities, learn something, and then get the role. But if you're sitting in my comment section like, I can't get a job, the whole market is fucked, I applied to 500 companies and didn't get a single response, and your definition of application is going to random job listing boards online and finding their hiring sections and submitting a PDF and not even adding anything specific to the company, of course you're not going to get fucking hired. There are people trying harder than you. Don't think you're going to get handed a job on a silver fucking platter. It's not how this works. And to their credit, the companies are very largely at fault here. Companies are so bad at hiring that they're still doing it like it's the early 2000s. They're putting up these awful, or they're putting up these awful job, or they're putting up these weird listings on terrible boards that expect you to submit a PDF or docx file in a specific format that nobody even fucking reads, and then has a non-technical person reading through all of it. They deserve the bullshit employees they're getting as a result. You got to work around that. If you're doing all these things right and you're still not getting a job, you should also try and be thankful that the companies you talked to that weren't good didn't accidentally hire you into a role that would suck. That said, you also all need to stop fucking coping. I'm already seeing it in my chat. Is stalking now a genuine job search technique? You deserve your unemployment if you think interacting with people working at the companies you're interested in based on your shared mutual interests is stalking. Your understanding of basic social norms is so bad that you're not going to get a job. And it's weird to put it this way. We'll probably talk about this more in the junior section, but your ability to socialize on a basic level went from a nice to have to a borderline essential skill if you want to get a job today. I have a lot more thoughts on why companies suck at hiring, but I'm going to dive into the experienced devs part because I think it'll cover a lot of this as well. It's hard to know which of these numbers is the most real when it comes to what the current state of unemployment and job struggles are in the market. Like the info from HackerRank, this 74% number is an interview that they did with their audience. And obviously a platform like HackerRank for getting a job is going to have a different set of numbers than places that are interviewing engineers in general. So I don't know which of these numbers we can really trust. What I do know is that I'm seeing less junior devs on average getting roles, and I see more senior devs on average getting in demand. But what I'm also seeing is a lot of experienced devs that are struggling a lot, both at their current role in their current job, as well as presenting themselves as a good option for getting a job other places. There are lots of people that did their first ever interviews right after college, got one job out of the 10 they did, and have just stayed there indefinitely, have never bothered leaving because they don't really want to. And now they go out and do interviews and they're performing in them slightly worse than they did when they first got jobs 5 or 6 years ago because they haven't refined the skill at all since. And that's not the only skill they haven't refined. Once you've had a job for a while, your willingness to learn almost inherently starts to go down. As your day-to-day is working on specific things at your job, the likelihood you explore things outside of it inherently goes, as your job gets more and more specific internally, your likelihood of exploring other things outside of the job inherently goes down. And if you're at one of those companies that isn't letting you use AI tools internally, you're probably falling behind in that regard too, which is terrifying because those junior devs that don't have jobs don't have any of those restrictions on them. You need to put more work into staying ahead. Here's another way of thinking of it. When a junior engineer comes in, they have lots more energy. They don't have the jaded attitudes that people get over time. They're not as restricted to certain ways of thinking or doing things, but they don't have the same but they don't have the same capability. Be it their experience in general, like they don't know what languages have what compromises, what libraries do and don't make sense, how you deal with outages at a company, all those types of things, but also role-specific capabilities and company-specific capabilities. They don't have the institutional knowledge of how your business operates. Whereas an existing senior dev at your company has lots of capability. They have years of experience that are both generic in terms of how things work, but also specific in terms of how your company works. But their energy and their willingness to learn new things has gone down as a result. There's always a trade-off here. The better somebody knows how to build, and more importantly, how to work at your business, the lower their ability is to go try other things and experiment and explore. And balancing these two things over time is essential as a business trying to operate long-term. The real win is when you find ways to get energy transferred effectively from juniors to seniors. And the trade-off is that the senior engineers get excited working with and hanging with those junior engineers, and they inherently pass some of their capability on to the juniors. Once you can build that type of relationship as a business, that's when things really start to go crazy. When the seniors trade their capability for the juniors' energy and everything feeds in and you grow. This is why people like Dan Abramov used to brand themselves as a forever junior engineer, because they wanted to maintain their energy without losing capability. Or this is why people like Dan Abramov used to brand themselves as a junior for life, because they wanted to maintain their energy more than anything. And as you get more experience, you'll find yourself longing for this. I like to think I have higher energy than average for somebody with my 15 years of experience, because I love new shit. That's just how I am. That's why I have this channel. I love exploring new solutions to problems and then bringing them to people who might not have went and found them themselves in the first place. That is just one of the most fun things for me. And I think it was the senior engineers encouraging that in me early in my career that helped me maintain it over time. This is also a thing that big companies seem to be struggling a lot with. I've been thinking about this clip nonstop since I first saw it.
For the first 25 years of Netflix, as I'm correct, the only software engineering level used to be a senior software engineer. You've now started to hire earlier career software engineers. Can you tell me on how that has changed the culture at Netflix?
We've had a great experience with new grads and early career talent, and also our internship program, which you mentioned. We were starting from a very different place than a lot of other tech companies. So when you look at the distribution of levels or talent at some of the other larger tech companies, they had in some cases 30, 40, 50% what I'll call level 3, level 4 engineers. So when you think about a new technology shift or the work that those companies need to do now, I understand why they might need a different distribution of talent. We were starting at 0%. In most cases. We had mostly a level 5 and above population. So we had a huge opportunity to complement the team we had with earlier career talent who brings new skills, new perspectives, great energy to the teams. And with a technology shift right now with Gen AI, a lot of native AI familiarity. So when you think about somebody who's graduated from school in the last few years, they're very accustomed to using AI in whether it's developing products, writing code, thinking about solving data problems. It's actually a useful way to bring new skills and perspectives to the team. I think we will absolutely maintain that investment in earlier career talent because it's been so additive in different parts of the business. But I also think everything in its right proportion. There's plenty of problems where we need extremely...
You get the idea. The very interesting thing that was touched on here is this idea that newer career devs, earlier career devs, bring unique energy, unique perspectives, and what she referred to as native Gen AI attitudes and perspectives. I have a lot of thoughts on that, but don't worry. But I want to give a little more advice to the seniors first. There's a good chance if you're a senior developer that is starting to do more interviews, you haven't done them in a while. I highly recommend, first and foremost, that you do a lot of them on the other side. Take advantage of the fact that you have a job and see how much you can get involved in the interview process. Do way more interviews. Almost every time I talk to a person that's struggling to get a job that has years of experience, they have almost no experience facilitating interviews. The more you can facilitate, the more you can see the other side, the more you can become aware of what a good or bad interview looks like and can make changes accordingly. You need to be really introspective, more so than ever now, because historically, code was so rare and coders were so valuable that developers were allowed into roles that they might not have had the linguistic capabilities for. People who weren't very pleasant or good at communication would get away with it because the need for rock star developers was so high. Now, there are people who are not necessarily as technically gifted, but are way better at communication that are much more obviously good hires because those communication skills have never mattered more. And this is regardless of your perspective on AI. If you think all AI code is slop and that your handwritten C is the only right way of doing things, you might be right. But it doesn't matter how right you are if you can't convince anybody. So if you're going to compete against AI slop from all of these devs that don't agree, so if you're going to compete with AI slop being churned out by these Claude Code kids that have never written a real line of code, you better be able to explain why your stuff is better. Getting better at communication and explaining your ideas has never been more important and historically hasn't even been that valuable as a developer. Now that that has shifted, you need to present yourself differently. Do more presentations internally. Take more time to document things, to write internal blog posts about things, to see if some of those blog posts can be published externally to discuss your engineering learnings as a business. Find ways and incentives to better your communication skills, because otherwise you will lose to the AI whether or not it is better, because you just don't talk properly, or because you can't properly communicate why you're right. And I promise you, almost all of the people I am thinking of here, the ones who are experienced devs who can make great code that are struggling to get jobs, 100% of the time suck at communication. You have to get over that. Not being able to clearly describe what you're doing and why was only acceptable because of the nature of code being novel enough. We are past that point. Get over your shit. You know, I was feeling so much better when I started stream, and now I'm right back to the mucusy bullshit. As we were. But now we need to talk about the thing most of y'all are here for. Junior devs. It's tough out there. I won't pretend otherwise. Getting attention from getting the attention of an experienced enough dev to even be considered is not easy. You got to put work in. You got to do different things, and you have to use every lever you have as effective. We need to do things a bit differently and use every lever you have. But before we can start doing things right, we have to stop doing things wrong. Let's go through some of the most common mistakes I see with earlier career devs. I already talked about the cold apps. Cold applying to random companies with shitty resumes that you generated on ChatGPT is not going to get you anywhere. And no, a handcrafted one isn't going to get you that much further. Cold apps are dead. There's just too much shit going in. You need some way to stand out from it. And the way you stand out isn't anything you can put on the resume. It's humans. It needs to feel more real. I've said this for a while, but the biggest differentiator in everything, but especially hiring, is trust. You need to find ways to build trust. If you're an early career dev, we can't trust your job history because it's not there. So we need other things we can trust. Things we can trust include stuff like the judgment of a coworker, or things we can trust include somebody at the company thinking you're pretty good, somebody recognizing one of the libraries you use, somebody reading one of your blog posts and realizing that it's relevant to their work. Whatever you can do to build up trust is going to be key. Remember that. We'll get there. Remember that. So we'll be talking a lot more about trust in a bit. We need to talk about the things you're doing wrong first, though. So cold apps suck. Don't expect that to be a thing that will get you anywhere. Your professor sucks too. This is another really important thing to understand. Something I've seen a lot of is earlier career devs or people fresh out of college, and the best dev they've ever known was their professor. The harsh reality is that your professor is almost certainly not a very good dev, because most professors make less money than good devs. And if your professor is teaching, it's probably because they didn't like doing, they didn't do well with the doing, or they got tired of it for some reason. And I can't tell you how many times I saw in college that my peers were running circles around my professors. And I was lucky that my professors largely understood this. They knew that their experience was really, really behind, and they leaned on the students that were most excited, most energized, and most ready to teach those things to guide us towards what the most useful things were. Your professor can teach you a lot about how to think technically about problems, but they will not teach you how to get a job. They will not teach you what working in the industry looks like today. They will certainly not teach you about getting ahead of your peers in a way that makes you more likely to succeed beyond giving you homework that you're probably using AI to cheat on anyways. Your professor is not going to give you the pieces you need and the knowledge you need to get your job. Another common mistake I see is obsessing over qualifications, and I understand why this happens. In order to get into college in the first place, you needed to have all of these crazy accolades on your application. Like you were the head of some club at your school, or you had this experience working this specific charity, or you had really high grades, you got the perfect score on the SAT, all those types of things. That shit does not matter anymore. It barely did before, and it does not matter now. Chasing prestige, chasing accolades, chasing these qualifications is not going to help. And going and getting some random certification from Microsoft that you're Azure certified or Office certified, none of that shit matters. I don't know anyone who's hired anybody in the last 10 years based on their qualifications in those senses. They are hiring based on the fact that they are potentially good fits for the team. That is it. And now for the thing that will likely be the topic for most of the rest of the video, outsourcing your learning via AI. Or put differently, avoiding learning with AI. Feeling dumb sucks. Humans optimize their lives to avoid it. And it makes sense why, like biologically speaking, if you have the option between two foods, one that you're familiar with, have eaten a lot and know is safe, and one that doesn't, and one that you've never seen before or tried before, the one you've never tried could be poisonous. So obviously you don't want to try it. The fact that you don't understand it makes you inherently averse to it. But the harsh reality about software engineering is that you are at your best when you feel kind of dumb. That's when you are pushing past your experience, past your expertise, and building yourself up and growing. Does this mean you should avoid using AI tools? No. Notice my wording here. Avoiding learning with AI is the key. Not that you should avoid learning with AI, but this is a thing that you are probably doing right now. When you run into a problem and you don't understand it, you use the AI to work around it or to have it solve it for you, and you don't improve your own understanding at all. You are averse to this feeling of being unsure or clueless, and rather than embrace it and spend time in it and resolve it, you outsource it so you don't have to spend any time in it. And that keeps you from building up skills that are valuable. Maria, you dropped the link I was about to pull up. To contradict myself a little bit here, HTMX is a project that is largely by a professor. His name's Carson. He's great. Carson thinks a lot about how we learn. And he knows that his students are going to use AI tools. Instead of just letting them cheat on all their homework with that, he actually goes the other way. He knows that the students are going to be using these types of AI tools, so he instead hands them an AgentMD file. If you're not familiar, an AgentMD file or a ClaudeMD file steers the agent by putting something at the start of the context that gives it instructions on how to operate generally. Here is said AgentMD. Primary role is teaching assistant, not code generator. AI agents should function as teaching aids that help students learn through explanation, guidance, and feedback, not by solving problems for them. I see that M-. You generated this, didn't you, you sly fox? What agents should do: explain concepts where students are confused, point students to relevant lecture materials or documentation, review code that students have written and suggest improvements, help debug by asking guiding questions rather than providing fixes, explain error messages and what they mean, suggest approaches or algorithms at a high level, provide small code examples that are 2 to 5 lines to illustrate specific concepts, help students understand assembly instructions and register usage. That one's a bit of a reach, but I understand. And explain memory layouts and pointer arithmetic when asked. What agents shouldn't do: write entire functions or complete implementations, generate full solutions to assignments, complete to-do sections in assignment code, refactor large portions of student code, provide solutions to quiz or exam questions, write more than a few lines of code at once, convert requirements directly into working code. It gives guides on the teaching approach, on how it should give good code examples, and then the classic, this belongs in any good AgentMD or guiding file, examples of what good looks like and examples of what bad looks like. And to be clear, he doesn't enforce this in his courses. He wrote this and published it and recommends it, saying, look, here are the guardrails. I can't make you use the guardrails. If you want to be a good programmer, though, you should use these guardrails. He moved all his quizzes to in-person, he moved everything to in-person on paper to make it harder for you to cheat with AI, yada, yada. Adapt, improvise, readapt. Love this framing. In particular, this is one of the things I love about Carson. He constantly is reflecting on what isn't working, and instead of rejecting the norms and rejecting where things are going, he finds ways to adapt them to better fit into his role, which is setting his students up for success. I wish we had more professors like him. He is very, very good at this. But I will contradict him a tiny bit here. Not in this, and using it for his coursework. Absolutely. If you're taking a course from him or someone like him, highly recommend for all the coursework you use an AgentMD like this and you follow the rules accordingly. This will make you much more likely to succeed. But at the same time, you have a really unique lever you can be using right now. Here's where we're going to start talking about the things you should do instead. Before we can do that, though, I want to go on one of my personal favorite tangents. We're going to talk about mobile applications for a little bit. If you are younger, as in like a Gen Z that's going through college or finishing it up right now, some of the points I'm about to make might date me a lot. I know I'm about to unk status myself hard, but hear me out, okay? Imagine you're my age. Imagine back in the day, you see mobile phones suddenly getting really good. Historically, we've used computers for everything. I know you guys are learning how to use computers now in college, but we used to have to do it in elementary school. And no, I'm not talking about a Chromebook. I'm talking about an actual computer with files where we would plug in flash drives and floppy disks, if you remember what those are. Suddenly, mobile phones started to get way more powerful. They could do more. They could send emails. They could browse the web. They got really powerful, and it happened really quickly. And you see an obvious trend here. You know the future. It's clear. We're going to be using computers less and our phones more. Why would we reach for a gigantic laptop in our bag when we could just pull out our phone and do the thing? And you want to bet on the future. You're scared of falling behind, and you know this is what's going to happen. So regardless of how much experience you have, what work you're doing, you decide it's time to go all in on mobile. So you drop everything to build Java applets for the Nokia Sidekick. Yeah. This is a problem that, this is kind of funny in retrospect, but this is kind of funny in retrospect, but at the time, it was pretty clear more and more things were going to move to mobile. And if you didn't want to fall behind, it made a lot of sense to go put all of your effort and time into building things for mobile phones. So you would build for Sidekicks or Blackberries or the things that were popular at the time, all of which together had less than 5% of the global phone market share, because smartphones, as we knew them, these types of devices, just weren't that popular. The hope was that long-term they would become more popular, and they did, but they got more popular in a very different fashion. They didn't look like this. It looked like the phone you're watching this on, the iPhone. The iPhone changed everything. And when the iPhone first dropped, they didn't even have an app store. All they had was HTML5 and web apps that were inherently really limited. About a year and a half after the iPhone dropped, they realized they needed to let you build real apps, so they put out an SDK and an app store. But think about this for a second. The Sidekick came out in 2002, and lots of new versions came out over the next few years. The original iPhone was 2007, 5 years later. Now imagine you spent 5 years going all in on Sidekick development, on BlackBerry development, on Nokia development, building for all these weird bespoke proprietary operating systems. And then the iPhone comes out, takes half the market, 50x what you thought was even possible, but all your experience is building apps for these old, dated, archaic platforms. You don't even know how to interface with a touchscreen properly. You're switching languages, you're switching ecosystems, you're switching operating systems, you're switching user experiences, you're switching expectations. Everything changes going from Nokia dev to iPhone dev. So effectively what happened there is you just wasted years of experience, and it'll take you even more time to unlearn it. So let's think about this. Who's better off? A developer with 10 years of experience who just spent 3 years building for dead platform that has to unlearn all that BS for the new thing? Or somebody who's fresh out of college, never learned wrong thing, and is excited to go all in on right new thing? Which of these people is better off? Very obviously, these ones. The people who don't have to unlearn the weird ways that they did things in the past and can just dive in fully on the new way of doing. So this is obviously about mobile, but let's talk about AI dev. Imagine a developer who's been coding for 10 years. They used to be a big Sublime Text person. They moved to VS Code, and now they're all in on Vim. They became a hardcore NeoVim person. They've been building for all sorts of different things at their job and realized that this AI stuff probably matters. So they put a lot of time into their custom config trying to get stuff like, the classic Copilot working in Vim. Worked really hard to do that. Started using stuff like SuperMaven. Tried their best because they cared so much about their developer experience and their use of their editor that they wanted to do everything through the lens of Vim. Now, all of a sudden, we are using agents in our terminals and our IDEs and all these other places to generate all of that code. And they are fighting tooth and nail, pretending that none of that matters and that they are still way better. But now they have to deal with it now. Maybe 6 months ago they didn't, but now these tools are good enough. If you're not using them, you are definitely falling behind some amount. Their willingness to unlearn all of their way of doing things for long enough to embrace these new things is way lower. The 10 plus years they have of experience is hurting them now. And everybody's saying I'm sneak dissing Prime. No, I actually love Prime for this reason. I think Primeagen is doing a great job of challenging his notions and not letting his way of building things traditionally keep him from trying out new things. For every person like Prime who's actually trying to figure out why we're all so hyped, there are literally 100 plus that have no interest at all, that are coping and running in circles claiming that everybody's doing slop and they're the one doing things right. And that same person also sucks at communication, so you can mostly ignore them. But you're not that person. You're fresh out of college. You're really excited to try out all of these new things. You're playing with new stuff. You're doing whatever you can to accelerate your own stuff, your ideas. You got into code, some part because you want to make money, but some part because building things on a computer seemed fun to you. At least I hope. If you're just here for the money, go somewhere else. My channel is not for people who are just using software to make money. We love this stuff. And I like programming, which makes a lot of people question why I like this AI stuff. I like programming because I like the problem-solving aspect, and I like building useful things for myself and for others. And with AI, all of that's gotten way better. So now imagine the person who just loves their BlackBerry, who's been building apps for BlackBerry, who dedicated their whole life to the BlackBerry ecosystem. Obviously, that person is going to be useless when the company needs to build a phone app. That's kind of where we're at now, too. These people who have 10 years of legacy way of building that are deeply attached to each individual piece of the software stack they use, of the editor that they build in, all of those things, that person is not going to embrace this stuff without a lot of incentive to do such. And they also probably have less energy at this point too, because they were trying all sorts of new things early in their career. They slowly settled on what they have, and now they're not as interested in trying new stuff. That is not the case down here. Somebody who's fresh out of college is not going to be unwilling to try a new editor. They're not going to be unwilling to check out these new dev tools. They're not going to be unwilling to explore these things. In fact, quite the opposite. They might be excited about them. They might be trying all sorts of new stuff. And that's one of the things I want to encourage. On one hand, when you're doing your coursework, you shouldn't be using AI to cheat. I highly recommend this GIST from HTMX. I highly recommend this GIST, and the link will be in the description, don't worry, if you want to use AI correctly in class. But the harsh reality is that if you're only coding for classwork and you're not doing anything else outside of it, you're probably fucked. This is in here. So to go back up here, what you should do instead is use the new tools to do cool shit. I don't mean you should use it to cheat on your work, but maybe if one of your assignments in class was really cool and you want to build it into something more thorough, you can work with some of these new AI tools to push it further, to build something bigger. Maybe there's a club in school that you really like that needs a better way to keep track of its balance and its budget and what people are doing for the club. Vibe code an app using these new tools to try and make that useful. I'm at the point where in an average workday where I'm actually sitting and doing things for my job, for my channel, for my companies, for my products, I am vibe coding 1 to 2 new apps from scratch a day to just experiment with ideas, try to solve problems, build things in the background. Even now, as I'm streaming, I'm working on a project to help me find and identify project ideas and video ideas based on things being posted on HN and on places like Simon Willison's blog. And I'm going to compare that against my channel and use an AI agent to compare and contrast and find ideas that I might not have covered yet that could be good topics for my channel. I just build random shit like this all the time. When I have a theory or an idea or some question I want to answer, I love using these tools to build all of this stuff. I think I want to make this next point. Okay. One more borderline essential thing that, like, especially in college, but especially if you're not in college, is essential to everything we talked about here. Collaboration. Most of your coursework is going to be individual. Things that you're working on independently yourself, like your tests and your homework. There will be some amount of coursework that is hopefully collaborative, but that varies a lot depending on the school, the program, and many other things. Your job isn't just to take a question. Your job isn't just to take an issue and write code. Your job is to be a member of a team. And working with other people is essential to being successful in this field. Getting good at collaborating is key. Collaboration can be all sorts of different things. It can be mentoring earlier students and helping them with their homework. It can be building things with your friends that are useful to the clubs that you attend. It could be making a project with a few friends to help you keep track of stats in a video game you play. It could be going to hackathons and building things from scratch at those. Hackathons in general are really cool. Finding opportunities to collaborate will help you level up your skills as a developer so that you understand what it's like to actually have a job. And even more importantly, it'll help you make connections that'll be essential in getting jobs in the future. To this day, despite the fact that I've been coding for 15 years, a significant portion of my coolest opportunities come from my friends that I went to college with. People like my CTO and roommate, Mark. I met him in college. We actually didn't interact too much in college. We were just part of each other's rough friend groups from the other things we did, but we ended up very aware of each other and what each other was good at through the connections we had as we collaborated with other people in each other's networks. So when he moved out here, he was looking for a place. I knew him pretty well. I suggested he considers my extra room. And since then, we have been best friends building everything we build together. These are connections I made through college, through collaboration, both directly and indirectly. And those types of connections are essential to being successful long-term. Because when you are eventually looking for a job, if one of your friends from college that you built things with is on a team that's hiring and they know that you're pleasant to work with, you get to skip that whole pile of shit resumes and go straight into the interview. Those types of things are essential. It's not what you know so much as who you know is the common phrase, but that's very real. And you're starting to build up who you know in your classes. And this is why it's even more important if you don't have courses to find ways to collaborate. Build useful things. Find other people building useful things. Find ways to work with them. Find Discord servers to hang out with these people. Find projects that you could be useful to. Just building things with people will help so much. Mickey's hanging out in chat here, and he just said Mickey's hanging out in chat. If you're not already following his channel, definitely give it a look. He has been hopping between, he's had a couple really cool jobs, including Convex, one of my favorite companies in the space. And as he just said, he didn't interview at Tempo or at Convex. It was the companies reaching out, asking if he wanted a job because he made a splash in the spaces they were in. They saw him, and they were interested in potentially working with him. Those are going to be the coolest opportunities. And you get those by being useful and building trust with people way earlier. And you don't do this expecting every single one of these connections to come out and be useful. You'll probably only have one useful one for every 10 to 50 people you work with. But the goal is, again, to increase the odds that things go well for you. We're trying to stack the deck. The more cards you draw, the more cards you put in the deck, the more outcomes that are positive that exist within it, the more likely you are to have a good outcome. If you make 2 friends in college and neither end up getting a job or on teams that are hiring, you're screwed. If you make friends with 20 devs in college and 3 or 4 of them end up on teams that are hiring, your likelihood of getting a real job soon is way, way higher. And if you find yourself jealous of that super social person that you went to college with, that like was on the football team or whatever, barely knew how to code, but got a job fresh out of college, this is why. They made the connections and the friendships, and they were pleasant and easy to trust and work with. Even if the work was bad, they made it easy to do. The easier you can be to work with, the better chance you have at getting work. I have a whole video about luck surface area that goes deeper on this idea, but you really need to be focused on increasing the likelihood that a lucky thing happens. Because in the end, getting a job is luck some amount. So the more opportunities you have to have that lucky thing happen, the higher likelihood you have to succeed. On that topic, here's one that's a little harder to describe that's very, very valuable. Be useful. This is tough because there's two sides to it. There is the being useful part, but more importantly, there's the understanding how to be useful part. You don't know what useful is until you've experienced it on the other side. And you get there largely by doing things. Here's an experience that you either have or haven't had, and which you fall on will tell me a lot about where you're at. You're working on a project, you have some weird error happen when you use this specific library. You have no idea what's going on, so you Google search it. The first two results are useless, but the third one is a random old GitHub issue where the person reported the problem, and then 3 months later, somebody else said, hey, I have this problem too, here's how I solved it. And now it's been 3 years, and their answer kind of works, but is also out of date and not supported. But at the very least, you unblocked yourself by seeing that. If you haven't had an experience like that at some point, you're not building enough. You need to go ship a lot more. Something you'll learn is there's a lot of valuable knowledge and information around the web from other developers over the last many decades working on things similar to you, running into problems similar to you, using technologies similar to you. And here's the kicker. Those people are also similar to you. And if you can relate to them and you can understand them, you can very quickly become useful to them and then eventually become friends of theirs. So if you do have issues like that, if you have a problem with a tool you're using and you find one of those old threads and the information in it is mostly right but kind of out of date, figure it out, fix it, and leave the comment that unblocks the next person. I've legitimately hired somebody because I recognized their username from a GitHub thread where they solved a problem that I was having. I know it sounds crazy, but I've actually done that. It wasn't as direct as I recognize your name, you get a job. But when they hit me up about potentially working with me and their username on Twitter was the same as their username on GitHub, and I recognized them, I was like, oh shit, do you use this library? They're like, yeah, I'm in the issues for it all the time. That was a huge trust builder because it meant that this person isn't just hitting me up with a random cold resume. They're actually in the weeds doing the shit, and they understand the same things I understand. They spend times in the same places I do. When I am hiring as an engineer, I'm not looking for people who feel very different from me inherently. So the more you can be in my spaces and do the same things I do and breathe the same air I breathe, so to speak, the easier it is for you to get that job. Note things that I didn't say here. Pull requests. I'm not saying you need to go contribute all sorts of slop to random GitHub repos. In fact, nowadays, that's kind of a bad look. I also didn't say fill GitHub with all sorts of random open source projects with 0 to 1 stars. What I did say, very, very explicitly, is spending time in the Issues tab. Being useful in issues is one of the best green flags I can see from a developer. If I go check your GitHub profile and what I see is you opening detailed issues with clear reproductions on the problem you had so that somebody could go solve it, and I see you commenting on existing issues with useful information, and then I see you hanging out in the Discord communities for these projects, answering people's questions, linking them to the right sources, and then I see you hanging out in my Twitch chat, like a lot of these people are, dropping me really useful resources throughout. Like Maria here, just linking a video I was referencing to somebody that was based on an article that was written based on my video. It's so surprisingly easy to be useful, but you need to understand what useful is. And the only way you know what useful is if you're doing shit. You don't know what a useful issue is compared to a useless one until you've seen both, and one helped you and one didn't help. You don't know what a good answer to a question is until you've seen them happen in the Discord server or you've asked one or two of them yourself. You got to be in the trenches to understand the trenches. And once you understand them a little bit, you'd be amazed how quickly you can become useful. I've seen one of my favorite interactions I ever had that happened in my Discord. Fuck, why can't I remember the guy's name? He works at Clerk. Is Roy or Ray? Pretty sure it's Roy. Yeah. Roy. Thank you, Krish. Legend. Again, the people who hang out here a lot and whose names are associated regularly with things that are useful become my favorite people. The moment Krish needs a job, I will hand him to any company interested because he comes in and answers the, like, if I can't complete the thought, he can because he gets it. And you get the idea. So the example I want to give is somebody from my community named Roy. Roy very quickly became one of the most helpful people in the community, despite the fact that he didn't have a software dev job. He was effectively doing semi-technical customer support and was building things on the side for fun. This is Roy. Sorry for calling you out like this one, man, but you are the literal golden example of what I'm describing here. It's also worth noting that Roy was a career shifter. He did not go to school for software development, as far as I recall. He was doing other jobs, or he was working in other spaces and teaching himself how to code on the side. And through that, found my community, had a couple questions, really liked the way we were building, and very quickly became the number one question answerer in my Discord. After a few weeks spent there, he started to get the things we built and why we built them that way and internalize these concepts and quickly realized he could just answer the questions. Eventually, another dev that you guys might have seen on YouTube, Melky, started hanging out in my server as well because he was starting to use my stack, the T3 stack. And he had questions about it, in particular, some weird things he wanted to do with TRPC. Roy answered his questions in my server very quickly. Afterwards, Melky started DMing Roy, asking him questions about these things because he wanted to go even further and found Roy to be really clear, concise, and useful. Melky randomly hits me up a week or two later saying, holy shit, Roy is one of the most useful people I've ever talked to. He's so helpful. To which I respond, yeah, isn't it crazy that he doesn't have a dev job yet? Melky's response to this was one of the funniest messages I've ever gotten. ... You're joking, right? Wait, you're not joking? What the fuck? I thought he was at least 10 years my senior. What do you mean he isn't an experienced developer? What do you mean he doesn't have a job? What the fuck, Theo? Which I then screenshotted and sent to my friend who was hiring at Clerk, and sure as shit, Roy now works there. And if you ask anybody who has been at or is still at, or if you ask anybody who's worked or works at Clerk about Roy, their response is going to look something like this. He's now a knowledge well within Clerk. Everyone loves working with Roy because he just cares to be helpful. And he felt so grateful to the community for helping him learn that he paid it back 100-fold and is now a golden example of how to do this. He used my community and space to learn. And and through that process, learned things that others hadn't quite learned yet and could use that to be useful. He immediately paid forward 10x what he had gotten from my space. I would argue he barely got anything other than some names of some cool technologies, but became one of the most important people in said community very, very quickly. And it's not that hard to do. Huge shout out to Roy. He more than deserves all of his success. But more so than me or other YouTubers, I think Roy is the model you should be looking at for how to do well in the fast, quickly changing tech landscape. So what does it look like to do this now? Obviously, people ask AI more and more questions, and they ask Stack Overflow less and less. So lots of these opportunities aren't as so a lot of these opportunities aren't as visible as they were before. But believe me, there are still plenty of them. There are so many places, or there are so many repos that have lots of issues on them that don't have a good reproduction. If you are working with a tool and you run into a problem and you find an issue that's already cut for that tool that doesn't have a reproduction, it doesn't show how to replicate it, it purely shows a vague error message about the same thing you had, go in there with a reproduction, spin it up on StackBlitz or make a new GitHub repo that is a very simple, minimal example that showcases the issue. This shows so many different skills. It shows that you're resourceful because you found this issue. It shows that you're not trying to waste people's time because you're trying to make it easier to solve the issue. It shows that you're not just trying to get a random drive-by PR because you wouldn't be filing, or because a PR filing might be with the goal of getting merged. Nobody's commenting on an issue so they get credit. They're commenting on issues so the issue can be resolved. And it also shows that you understand the problem space that you're in well enough to and it also shows that you understand the problem space well enough to reduce it to a very easy to see version of the same problem. If you can come in and say, hey, I looked at this, these 3 things didn't solve it, here is a simple example that showcases the problem, you bet your ass every maintainer on that project that sees it is going to remember your name and like you. And it's not that hard to do that. Or if you're on Twitter and you see somebody having an issue with a thing, reply to them or DM them offering to help. Or you see somebody in a Discord server asking questions about a thing you just had to resolve yourself. Tell them how you did it. Every time you have a problem, someone else is going to have the same problem. Do your best to remember it and try, and it's a weird way of thinking, try to write down the 2 sentences that would have saved you that time. If you spent a day or 2 trying to figure something out and then finally figure it out, think to yourself, when you're still in that questioning moment where you just figured it out, you have a really novel opportunity to take what you learned and try to find the smallest version of it that could have helped you a few days ago when you first had the issue. Try doing this, and maybe, just maybe, try writing it down, because in the future, you'll see someone else having the same problem. And if you offer to help, you are suddenly way more trustworthy, way more collaborative, way more useful, and way more memorable. I remember the usernames of the people in my chat who answer questions for me, who bring me useful resources, who build me useful shit. You gotta be memorable, though. Being yet another resume on a pile of shit is not gonna get you a gig. But here's where things get really fun, though. If you do all of this, in particular, you really start to lean into these new tools to do cool shit, and you're seen as useful to others, you can kind of win against all of the levers. The hiring manager that doesn't know shit about tech sees you have the credentials and you know how to use Cursor and Claude Code really well. That's AI. He's AI ready. Cool. And then the actual engineers on the team are like, oh, I've seen him pop up in the GitHub issues for the things that we use. I've seen him be useful in our space. That's awesome. And then the exec at the company is like, oh, we're hiring AI native engineers, people who grew up using these tools that can modernize our company. It's bullshit, but you can lean into that. Use the lever they're giving you. Take advantage of weird statements like the one that the CTO of Netflix made here about how juniors are AI native. It's stupid, but take advantage of it. And I'm not saying cheat in class. I'm saying use these tools for all sorts of different things and use it to accelerate your learning, your growth, and your completion of things that you want to build. One last thing. I think about this here and there and realize I don't mention it long enough. And I realize I don't mention it. One last piece, because I realize I should bring this up more, because a lot of people struggle with coming up with ideas on what to work on, especially early when you haven't wired your brain in a way where problems are now things you can go build solutions to. Try turning your questions into projects. It'll feel weird initially. Just as a quick example, a question I had was which different AI models were better at writing. If I wanted to use a model to generate copy for my homepage or help me write an essay, which models are better and worse at this? Sure, there are some benchmarks here and there, but I didn't like those benchmarks. They didn't align with my experience using the models. And I was also curious how they would handle feedback. If you gave a model a review of what it wrote and told it to adjust accordingly, how well will it handle that? So I vibe coded a little app locally for having models generate essays based on a prompt, having all the other models give it feedback. It could then update the essay and then comparing all of those. And it was really fun. I learned a ton, and I made actual novel discoveries about how the different models behave in a writing scenario and how they compare to each other. It was a really fun project, and I learned a bunch and have a lot of fun things to talk about when I talk to other companies and people in the space. When you have questions like this, try building your own solutions. If you're curious why, or if you're curious how much, or if you want to know how much faster Solid and Svelte are than React, build something to figure it out. If you want to figure out why if you want to figure out why it's so hard to scaffold a C++ project, build some scripting to automatically do it for you and see where the shortcomings and footguns are. If you want to see why people think Rust is so much better than Go, vibe code the same thing in both of them and see the benefits and negatives of each. Build things to answer your questions, and you will learn so much. Okay, I lied. There's one last thing. Be excited. I know this can be hard, especially if you're in that terrifying, oh my God, school's about to end, I don't have a job yet moment. If you've had something that was your job your whole life, be it you were in elementary school, then middle, then high school, during the summer, your job's to relax, and then during college, your job's to learn. When that's over, if you don't have your next thing, it can be scary. You can't let that feeling win. Excitement is essential for success, more so now than ever. And this is your biggest lever against those experienced engineers, the energy you bring in. The fact that the whole field is changing means it's scary. The fact that the whole field is changing is scary, absolutely. But it's also exciting as hell. You don't have to give up 10 years of knowledge to be successful. A lot of the people on this side are going to have to give up a lot more than 10 years of knowledge in order to survive all of these changes. You don't have to code for 10 years to learn how to build a solution to your problem. That's so cool. And because your brain works different, you'll see things differently too. People who were really into the Nokia, into the BlackBerry, did not know how to use a smartphone with a touchscreen keyboard for a long time, and they couldn't figure out how to build their apps around it because their mindset was so deeply baked into the old way of doing things. And the things are changing quick too. They're already very different than they were when I grew up, and they'll be even more different in a year. Take advantage of that. Anything you can think of, you can build some version of. Maybe you can't build a multi-million user, $billion a year product that scales infinitely across every platform. But if you want to build Twitter for dogs, you can go do that with not that much experience, and you'll learn a lot through the process. Be curious, be excited, be collaborative, be in the trenches, do shit. And as long as you as long as you're here with us and you're hanging out with us and you're talking to people that work in code every day, you'll probably do pretty well. I would bet pretty good money that you could measure the number of devs somebody talks to in a given week against how hard they are struggling to find a job, and it'll be a pretty linear relationship. If you spend more time interacting with devs, working with other devs, talking to them, hearing what they're doing, hearing what they're struggling with, collaborating with them to build your own solutions, answering their questions, asking them questions, you will almost certainly figure things out. But you got to be there and you got to start being useful. Balancing out how much you ask versus how much you share is a key part here too. Your goal should be, as quickly as possible, to give more than you take, to answer more questions than you ask, to be more useful than you are using. And if you can figure out that balance early, if you can answer, the best thing in the world you could ever do in one of these technical interviews is answer a question that the person giving the interview doesn't know or understand. Be collaborative, be useful, be energized, be ready. And eventually you will start to build the types of trust you need to be successful. And one last thing, I would like to selfishly thank the companies that suck so bad at hiring that I can get the best engineers at the world at discount prices. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I pay my team fairly, to be very clear, but the fact that I can get these legends working for me because big companies don't even know how to interview them is a huge edge. And if you're interested if you're interested in building something useful and making your own startup, you should take advantage of that too. If you're starting your own company, take advantage of the fact that everybody sucks at interviewing. Poach people from great companies. Take the opportunity to hire better than your competition because your competition almost certainly sucks at hiring. I think I've said everything I have to here. I had a lot to say. I hope this is useful to somebody. I know that these ones can vary because I haven't been a junior in a long time. And I know a lot of people were looking for me to come in here and be like, look at the numbers. You're so fucked. Stop feeling bad. I don't want to do any of that shit. I just want y'all to understand why people don't want to hire you specifically. Yeah. That was quite a rant. I hope this is useful. Let me know if it is or if it isn't and what I can do better next time. And until next time, peace, nerds. Happy you guys like that one so much. Any on this? This is actually a really good start. I try to not do too many tweet thumbnails, but this is a good direction. I like where you're going. You're definitely learning quick. Happy you guys enjoyed that one. Still might do this one. I have more energy than I expected, and I got like an hour-ish before I have to stop. I'm not going to do the crypto crash out. All my crypto friends that are legit told me to avoid talking about the specific slop crypto topic as much as possible. Fuck, return types I might come around to. Audio video sometimes goes out of sync because Twitch's player is semi-broken. Highly recommend you switch over to, or you refresh it to see if that fixes it. Thank you, Oz, for the donation there. Appreciate that a ton. Thank you, Code Bradley, for giving that gift out, and Blake McKeeby for the tier 1. Yeah, I chose to not shout out G2I because they're a sponsor, and I don't want to just like plug sponsors. And yeah, I love G2I. They're great. Juniors are sensitive about G2I for a lot of reasons, and I'd rather not be part of the topic. G2I is awesome. Happy you're doing so well there, Jacob. I should probably find a better chat viewer for YouTube. Yeah, but effort. Zero GitHub. They're building other things. CMUX is their main product. I did invest in them. I'm excited where they end up going with it. I should check in with them later. I'll screenshot that so I remember. Cool. Actually, I don't remember which video I did this comparison in. I might make a whole video on it in the future because it was fun. But if anybody else remembers, feel free to answer for them. Let's do the opinions changed one. Set up ClaudeBot and hook it into Vibe Kanban. It'll change the way I make things a second time. Oh boy. Noted. Let's make a new Excalidraw quick. Hope you guys are enjoying today's stream. Oh shit, you might actually get to the point where you can do that reward. The 500k end stream button, that's scary. Yeah, we allow your own key on T3 chat. Thank you, NC, for the 5-bomb. Really appreciate the gifts and all the support today, guys. And in general, things have been nuts. Let's start this last video. Cool. You know what? I'm going to change shirts. I've done 3 videos in a row with the same one. Be right back. I've also now emptied my tissue box, which means this actually has to be the last video or I have to go find another tissue box downstairs. Good enough. I'm happy. Let's start. God. You don't have to have been a Theo viewer. If you've been around for any time at... I have a rough idea of how I want to do this intro. I just want to get the like punchiness right. I have a lot of hot takes. It's kind of what I'm known for. I don't necessarily go... I have a lot of hot takes. It's kind of what I'm known for. I've never been one to go along with the grain of how people are building things at any given time. I tend to like my own way of doing things. Sometimes there's overlap with how the general public does. Sometimes there isn't. I find myself defending popular solutions like React as much as I find myself evangelizing less popular ones like TRPC. And as such, I have a large set of opinions that often have to change as markets shift, as the way we build changes, and everything that we do shifts as a result. And right now, we're in one of those times. AI is fundamentally changing how software is built. It's changed me and everything I do, and is starting to change a lot of the people around me and how they build as well. And it's probably starting to hit you too. But as this change happens, a lot of my opinions need to change alongside it. And I am finding that a lot of my takes that I've pushed really hard in the past have actually aged quite well. Other ones, however, less so. And it's been interesting to see where my opinions have both gotten stronger as well as have shifted entirely due to the way the whole market is changing around us. Everything from my love of React to my everything from my love of React to my evangelism for full stack type safety to my deep, deep hatred of over-testing your apps is starting to shift some amount. And I want to talk about the amounts and the things and all of the opinions that I have really strongly held for a long time that are starting to get weaker as a result of how building with AI works. Do you know what else works, though? Today's sponsor. Cool. No better place to start than asking what no better place to start than asking the AI to give me my opinions. It's cool that according to Gemini, I am the one who popularized the idea that full stack type safety should be a default, not an afterthought. This warms my heart. My advocacy for Tailwind. Server components are the future. Oh man. Oh, the delete your company YouTube channel. I love that that snuck in. Anything on his takes regarding testing? Theo's takes on testing are some of his most polarizing because they directly challenge the industry standard. Test the behavior, not the implementation, and stop chasing 100% coverage. Yep. Theo's a huge proponent of the testing trophy. Considering that I've never heard of the testing trophy, no, I'm not. Type safety is free testing. Yes, I do push that idea quite a bit. Cool. Cool. Well, we'll start the video here. One harsh reality about hot takes is that they probably don't feel that hot to yourself, and I know for a lot of mine, they don't. And as such, when I'm trying to list my hot takes and how they've changed, I struggle to think of them directly. So I decided to ask Gemini 3 Flash with search on T3 chat what my hot takes are, so we can go through them and figure out which ones have and have not aged well. And the first couple it gave here are beautiful and hilarious. The death of Create React app. I love that I'm cited for this. I have pushed really hard to kill that old, bloated, poorly maintained piece of shit. It was very useful at the time. It is entirely deprecated now. As a result, I am proud of my work in killing Create React app. I'm also proud that it cites me as the one who popularized the idea that full stack type safety should be the default, not an afterthought. This is one we'll definitely talk about, full stack type safety. You know what? I'll throw that in as the first one. Full stack type safety. And we'll see where my opinions on that sit now. There's also Tailwind being superior to CSS and JS. Throw that in as well. I know it might seem crazy now, but at the time, I got a lot of shit for this. You have no idea how much I had to fight. There is server components and my deep love of those. Definitely something that will fit here. Will be a fun one to talk about for sure. Delete your company YouTube channel. I'll take any excuse I can to talk about that topic, one of my personal favorites. The ping test for databases is just me trying to showcase connections to databases and how different ways to do data work. Don't think that's necessarily relevant for this. I'll copy this one as the browser is good enough. AKA defending Electron. I'll sneak that in. And it didn't include anything on testing, so I asked it for a follow-up. It got this part kind of wrong, at least the first piece here, but it does cite my love of end-to-end testing over unit testing, as well as one of my most important pieces, type safety is free testing. Also, 100% test coverage is a trap. Mocks are overrated, I'll put in. Ooh. Manual testing is underrated. That'll be a fun one for this. And generally, unit tests are overrated. Cool. Let's dig in some more of my takes, like return types in TS should be avoided. What else do we got? Let me look through here. Oh. Pre-commit hooks are evil. Learn code bases through the PR. How to learn a code base. This is a fun one. I have a lot of opinions on that, and I have a feeling a lot of them have changed. Let's go through my opinions that were the spiciest at the time and how they may have shifted. We'll start with a personal favorite, full stack type safety. If you're not familiar with this idea, the point is that if you make a change on the back end that isn't compatible with the front end, you shouldn't discover that via a crazy... The core of this concept is that your back end and your front end should have a tightly knit type safe relationship, such that if you make a change to the back end that wouldn't work on the front end, you immediately see that via the tools that you use to build. So if my front end expects users to have a first name and a last name, and on the back end I change it to be just name, that I would get a red squiggly line in the component on the front end that tells me the back end is returning something different. There have been lots of crazy ways this was implemented in the past, be it code gen against open API specs or GraphQL and crazy generators trying to infer types off of it. I like doing this through tools that do it for you, be it server components and the benefits there, or doing this directly with tools like Tanstack Start and defining server functions, or my personal favorite at the time, which was TRPC, which would reuse the type definitions from the backend on the front end. There are lots of ways to do this, including now Convex, one of my favorite products to do full stack database backend type stuff. There's lots of things that make full stack type safety easier than ever to implement. And I think that is awesome for AI. I would say this is a take that is even better now. That right now, my feeling on this, 10 out of 10, please do it. If you don't have full stack type safety and you're building stuff with AI, you are actively making the AI worse at building because it doesn't get feedback when the problem isn't resolved. If your AI can't run a command, or if your agent can't run a command to see that your backend and front end don't agree, it's going to take real effort to figure out when they don't agree. One question I already got is, are there any good libraries for full stack type safety when you aren't using TypeScript on the backend? Yes, but, and the buts are important here, it will never be as good as if you have the same language on both sides, because then the LSP itself, the language server, understands the front end and back end together as one entity, and it will be much more reliable at this. The alternative, when you have different languages, will always be some form of code gen, which means that the backend code in one language has to put out a standardized spec, usually open API, that you then have a build step that will see that spec and generate type definitions as a result. You can Google search OpenAPI TypeScript code gen and find lots of different projects that make this easy. OpenAPI TS seems to be the most popular. I believe they even have a package for using it with React Query directly. So if you use all of those types of things, yeah, this will get you pretty close. That said, one of my other takes is chances are TypeScript is good enough for the backend for what you're doing. It's very rare that you actually need a different language on the backend. As such, use TypeScript on the backend if you can, especially if you need to have client code that it has to interface with. If you like Rust, you like Go, whatever, go have fun. Just know that you're making your life harder once you have to actually attach it to a real experience. And generally speaking, with AI, you should care less about the language you're using and more about the functionality that you're building. Rust is a really useful dependency when it makes sense that you want to save every single compute cycle. But chances are the compute is not the build that you're worried about nowadays. People reach to Rust way earlier than they should in general, and I would say that take is stronger than it's ever been now. So full stack type safety established, like you need a command that will tell your agent that the backend and the front end agree with each other. And if you can't do that due to the tech you're using, your tech sucks and you should feel bad. That is a take I have always had, and that is a take that has gotten stronger than ever. So next we have Tailwind is superior to CSS in JS. This one's funny because it was a hot take at the time, and it has since become not a hot take. Tailwind is the default that almost all of these tools use. Even companies that have competing solutions, when they make products for developers, will use Tailwind for it because it is just so convenient. Having the relationship between your styles, your logic, and your user experience all in the same file and even in the same component, because Tailwind is you just writing the styles and how it looks as part of the string definition of your component, instead of defining a class that exists in some random CSS file somewhere else and hoping that you keep track of them properly and that they have the right pieces and they're not being reused incorrectly. Very, very rough. Tailwind, by co-locating the style, the logic, and the UI, has made life much easier. And if you haven't given it a shot yet, you really should. There's a reason everybody who's moved to it never moves off. Takes a bit to get used to, and once you do, you will not miss CSS modules in the slightest bit. Next, we have server components. Oh, man. I'll be real with you guys. I haven't built anything with a server component in quite a while. There are lots of things that they do really well that I do genuinely love about them. The fact that a server component lets you write backend code that does backend stuff like read from your database, and then you just return JSX, still has this magical feeling that I long for when I use tools that don't do that. Recently, I've been building mostly single-page apps using React and Vite for the front-end side. Occasionally, I'll pull in Tanstack Router or Tanstack Start when I have more complex routing, and using Convex as the backend and TypeScript for the database and everything else, and just bounce between those two things. Server components could have, and in many ways should have, been the solution to so many problems, and I do still deeply love them. But the nature of how they intermingle the backend and front end is confusing to get your head around. And a lot of people, tools, agents, platforms, and all of the things that need to support server components well, because they already support React well, a lot of those things have struggled to really deeply understand, adopt, implement, support, and evangelize server components. I think a lot of this comes down to the fact that the biggest React developers were not very big on servers in general, and you have to deeply understand React and servers and browsers to really understand the power of server components. And it comes with gotchas and compromises that aren't immediately obvious if you haven't built a deeper understanding of them. The amount you need to know to use them is too high to use them right. Where with React, you can absolutely get by with weak knowledge of React. Weak knowledge of server components means you're going to foot gun pretty hard. As such, I'd say 3 or 4 out of 10 is how I feel about that one. I don't push them much more. I don't use them much more. I don't talk about them much more. It's a lot of reasons, but yeah, you get the idea. Server components are not a thing I have really high confidence in being the future. There's a lot of things they do well and do right, but I don't think it matters to most people right now. Speaking of things that don't matter to most people right now, you should delete your company YouTube channel. I used to talk a lot more about how developers perceive things and general marketing stuff, but I realize most of you guys don't care. In fact, I can see you reaching to go double tap the side so you can skip this part. I get it. I understand. I'll keep it brief. I promise. Most people don't watch company YouTube channels. If you scroll through your watch history, you'll see that the majority of what you're watching is people talking about things, not companies creating things about what they're already making. For a company to be successful, it has to be really focused on the things it's doing, and YouTube is not one of the things it should be doing, because then you're competing with me, who is way too obsessed with YouTube, and you're going to struggle. And AI has not changed this at all. What AI has changed is the amount of money these companies have and how hard they are competing. And a lot of these companies realize marketing matters more than ever, so they're wasting more money than ever on marketing. Except for my sponsors. They're getting a really good return. Sponsor info on my YouTube at t3.gg if you're interested, by the way. Anyways, deleting your company YouTube channel. Your company YouTube channel is not going to get you new users. Your company YouTube channel might help establish a deeper relationship with existing users, but that would be just as well established by embedding your YouTube videos in your docs. There are a few companies that get their YouTube channel right, and I would argue most of them are massively overspending and could spend literally 1/10 as much money paying me to talk about their thing and get way, way more as a result. So yeah, if you're not obsessed with YouTube, if it's not your lifeblood, if you wouldn't be doing it for free, you shouldn't be doing it at all. YouTube is not a place for companies to play around because nobody watches company YouTube channels. But sadly, there are more people trying than ever, which means my take is stronger than ever. Get your fucking engineers off of YouTube and get them back to work. Let me do the YouTube. Let other creators do the YouTube. It's not your job. I do think being better at comms is more important than ever, and your company should know how to explain its value and pitch itself better than ever, but it shouldn't do that via YouTube videos that nobody watches. Oh boy, another one everyone's going to hate. My defense of the browser and Electron. I am known for being a bit of a simp for Chromium, and for Electron, I find that they get way more shit than they deserve. If we look at the apps I've opened on my computer right now, Zen, Firefox-based, so not Electron, Notion, Electron-based, Helium, Chromium-based, Ghosty, native app written in Zig, not using Chromium at all, Cursor, Chromium-based, Preview, built into Mac, Finder, built into Mac, Legcord, Chromium Electron-based. Half or more of the things I use are based in Electron, and how much I like the thing has almost no relationship to whether or not it uses Electron. There are things I love that use Electron, there's things I hate that use Electron. The harsh reality is that most things do use Electron, and many of them do it for various reasons. The cross-platform support is massive. Having good text rendering that's reliable across every platform is awesome. Having the ability to share so much code between your web app and your mobile app, or having the ability to share so much code between your web app and your desktop app is awesome. Code sharing is really, really important because writing a lot of code for platforms that are different from the one. The code share power is so valuable because writing code that is similar across 3 platforms and maintaining all of it is just so much work and time and money that you shouldn't be wasting. Or is it? AI's changed a lot here. It's cheaper than ever to build the native code across the different platforms. There are tools like Tori that promise to be so much more efficient with your memory. There's tons of people who are building native apps for the first time that can just kind of do it because they have these tools that will do it for them. You can even take an existing small Electron app, throw it at Claude Code, say rewrite this in Swift, and it will. So it's obviously time for us to all move off of building browser apps and Electron apps and move to Tori and so it's obviously time for us to move off the browser and Electron and towards tools like Tori at worst or native applications at best, right? Right? What if I told you I am still strong as ever on this take? First off, we need to talk about Tori. Fuck off. I am sorry, I have yet to find a useful app built in Tori. They have all sorts of chaotic issues, especially once you try to do cross-platform, because they use the built-in browser engine for each OS. Tori apps are a nightmare, and the bindings for the Tori app to the native parts are even worse, because you have to write them yourself in Rust. If you want to do something like, I don't know, read a file in a Tori app, you're writing that code in Rust yourself. If you want to do anything useful, you're going to be building it yourself, and you're probably going to have to deal with the differences across the native platforms. Tori, in my opinion, kills much of the benefit of a tool like Electron. And all of the legit devs I know building things on it have not been very happy with Tori. For example, OpenCode, which chat has correctly pulled out, the devs working on the OpenCode app have not been that happy with Tori so far. That's just Tori, though. What about native apps? It's easier than ever to build those, right? Yeah, and it's easier than ever to have weird, obscure bugs across 3 different versions of your app that you don't want to maintain. If somebody has an issue with your app on Linux and you want to figure it out, and you can't reproduce the issue on your Mac because the tech is so different, and you just hope the AI figures it out for you, good fucking luck. You're going to be burning way more tokens and massively increasing the size of the context of the things that you're building, thereby lowering the quality of the outputs in a meaningful amount. Should you use AI to go build a native app for fun because you have a weird problem that you want to try out? Absolutely. But if you're trying to build good software that people will actually use, there are a lot of reasons we're using the Electron-based software every single day. There's the incredible ecosystem that handles all of the native parts alongside all of the web app parts and the bindings between those. They are often confusing and annoying, but those parts have been resolved largely with AI. There's also the fact that Chromium's rendering engine is still a work of fucking art. The things that you can do in Chromium and the power of that engine is unfucking believable. I have seen plenty of instances of somebody taking a Electron app and rewriting it in Swift UI and then having worse performance because text rendering at high throughputs in Swift is worse than it is in Electron because Google has poured hundreds of thousands of hours across thousands of the world's best engineers into optimizing every single edge inside of Chromium. A thing I feel like people forget is that, yeah, you write JavaScript to use inside of Electron, but Electron isn't JavaScript. It is one of the most complex and thoroughly tested and built C++ code bases in the fucking world. Cool. Atski, you can write a long appeal about why you're wrong about your take that all Electron software is a plague, because chances are you're using a Chromium-based browser to send your bullshit message. Write a long, thorough apology about why you are wrong and how important Electron is for the software development world, and I will consider unbanning you in a bit. But I don't want people who are that fucking stupid in my chat. You're not useful to anyone, and you probably don't deserve the job that you don't even have. Anyways. There are problems with Electron. Everybody loves to cite memory, which, to be fair, nowadays, memory is a bit more expensive, but at the same time, let's look at the programs I have open and which are using how much RAM. Oh, look at that. The most memory being used is by Zen, the Firefox-based browser. Huh. Cursor's up there, but it's only like 600 or so megs. It's below the Windows server built into my Mac. Oh, and there's Zen again with another 500 megs separate from the GPU helper that's doing 1.6 gigs. And then all of the isolated web contents for Zen. Welcome to browsers. But you'll also notice some meaningful usage from tools like Ghosty. And if we go to a more important tab, the energy usage tab, you'll see that the apps using the most energy are not what you'd expect. I did not realize Codex Bar was absolutely destroying my CPU the way it is, so we're going to kill that app right now. That would explain a lot about why my battery's been shit lately. Good to know. Spend more time in this if you're using a Mac, by the way. It's very useful. You'll notice here that Notion, which is an app I have open at all times that I use to run my channel, I run my companies through it, I spend so much time in Notion, is using significantly less power overall than even my Discord client is. Or natively built apps like Whisperflow, my voice to text, or Dropbox, or Shotter. Like, the gap between these isn't very big. I did have to reboot my computer right before starting streams, so a lot of these numbers aren't accurate based on day-to-day workflows, but I promise you guys, Ghosty is regularly the most power-hungry and RAM-hungry thing in here because I'm using it to do real work. And despite the fact that it is so well built and so efficient, when the things you're doing it are hard, it will still eat battery and it will still eat everything it has access to. Generally speaking, people are way harsher on Electron. Generally speaking, people are way harsher on Electron and Chrome than they should be, and I actually often find it as a good indicator of how junior and conceited a developer is. If somebody's talking mad shit on Electron, there's a 95+% chance they've never built anything useful. Yeah. And there are plenty of golden examples of open source Electron-based software that fucking flies. I use Lossless Cut for chopping my assets in every single video that I publish. This is an Electron app that is effectively wrapping FFmpeg with a really complex UI to do obnoxious things with video that are automated now for me and my team. Thank you, Lossless Cut and Miffy, for making it. Not only is it a great example of a good Electron app, it is a great example of a useful tool that someone built themselves to solve problems that they have. So yeah, I still think Electron is great, and most of the problems you have with it can be solved using AI. Go build things. It's useful. And if you're using bad Electron apps and that's why you hate them, I'm sorry. The company that made that app, if they can't make a good app with all of the things the browser comes with, what makes you think they can make a good app with none of them? Do you really think the same people who make shit, or do you really think the same people who make shit web apps that use 10 gigs of RAM can magically get good enough at Rust to do a more performant thing? You need to be realistic here. Speaking of being realistic, type safety is free testing. A take I used to give a lot was that it felt like the tools we have for doing unit testing in the web dev world felt really, really far behind what we should have after TypeScript. A lot of the tools we use for testing in the web were built and iterated on way before TypeScript was a thing, much less a standard. I can't tell you how many tests I saw that were effectively what happens if you pass a number to this function that expects a string. Because at the time, you didn't know what you were getting on the other end. And we had to build systems to make it less likely that you had. So we had to build systems to. And since you never knew, you would have to test to make sure that all of your functions handled all of the things that might be thrown at them. But now we know. Because if you have your function defined as only taking a string, your function only can take strings, at least as long as you are using TypeScript and checking your types. This is another one of those takes that I would say I feel stronger than ever about. If you're not taking advantage of type systems to catch when dumb mistakes happen because your agents don't have full context on your code base at all times, like if an agent is calling a function that it saw called somewhere else, but didn't pull the function itself into context, it might assume it can pass it a number when it can't. But if it then gets a type error, it knows that it can't do that, and it will learn and adjust accordingly. If you've never used an agent, or if you've never used an agentic development tool that has access to your type system, you haven't seen what they're capable of. It is so fucking unbelievable to see a tool write code that looks like it'll work, run your type checker, realize it has an error, and then go fix it, and not bother you at all until it finishes that. So cool. On that topic, though, we need to talk about coverage. When I first started YouTube, a very common topic people pushed a lot was this idea of 100% code cov. You have things that check how many lines of code are actually being tested and hit in your tests. And if you had a single line of code in your real code base that your tests didn't touch at some point, you're a bad engineer and you should feel bad. This is one of those takes that came from the pre-type era, where we needed ways to know our code was actually doing what we thought it would, and we would check that by checking the code through tests. That said, 100% code coverage doesn't mean everything is tested well. It just means every line of code in your code base is touched in some way by your tests. You might not be testing the right things or testing anything meaningful at all. You might just be calling the functions to make sure they return. And that's not meaningful code coverage. That is a good number in your CI. And we all love to see the check mark and the 100% and all of that, and seeing the coverage go up feels good. It's not actually useful. As chat is correctly identifying, code coverage has always been kind of a joke. You can just test the trivial case for every line and get 100% without any good testing. Not only that, test coverage can cause you problems with maintenance. If you are testing things that aren't actually the functionality, chances are you're testing implementation details that when they change will break. It is very easy to write tests that break when you make good changes and don't break when you make bad ones. In fact, most of the tests I've seen roughly fall into that. Another problem is if you have test coverage that isn't at 100% bar, it results in really weird ergonomics for developers trying to contribute. Here's a real world example I had when I was at Twitch. There was a gigantic feature that was really poorly implemented. There was a code coverage bar at Twitch of, I think it was 85%. We had this hard line set where at least 85% of code would have a test associated with it. And we had this giant feature with like 80 to 100,000 lines of code that was fundamentally broken. I rewrote the whole feature from scratch in about 2,000 lines of code, solved a ton of bugs, and here's the kicker, had 100% code cov on my changes. So I was swapping 100,000 lines of code with 90% code coverage. I'll do the numbers. 100K LOC, 90% coverage. And I was swapping this with 2,000 lines of code with 100% coverage. Obvious win, right? What if I told you I couldn't deprecate that code? And that to this day, this deprecated feature is probably still sitting in the code base. Do you know why that is still sitting in the code base? Because the code base was at 85% across, I don't know, let's say 2 million lines of code. Removing 100K lines of code at 90% coverage knocks this number down because this gigantic pile of code was over the line. If you swap that out with less code that is even further over the line, it doesn't matter. Because my PR contributed 2K tested, 0K untested. But up here, we had 90K tested, 10K untested. Replacing 90,000 lines of tested code with 2,000 lines of tested code put us under the number. And to this day, this code almost certainly sits in the Twitch code base because deleting it can't be merged. So tell me again why code coverage is good. It isn't. Code cov is a fucking disaster. The only number that ever made sense for code cov was 100, and it didn't make sense. That said, a lot of why it didn't make sense was the bullshit maintenance work and the fact that a lot of these tests weren't testing anything of meaning. The fact that most tests were written by engineers that weren't very good at writing tests made this problem way worse. And that's the only thing that's changed. If a good engineer was writing a test, they were probably not writing it very well because it's not the thing they wanted to write. And if a bad engineer is writing a test, you know what to expect. Nobody was putting much effort into their unit tests, especially when they had an arbitrary bar like code coverage to hit. Do you know who puts in the exact same amount of effort no matter what you give it? Your AI agents. This is why this takes changed a bit. I still think code coverage in general is a bad pattern, but I would knock this down to like a 6 out of 10 because a lot of the things that make it so you make bad tests are effectively eviscerated if you let the AI do all of the test writing. It is also of note that test-driven development makes more sense than it ever has too. If an agent has a thing it can run to know if it succeeded or failed at its job, that is a really good thing to go run in a loop until it succeeds. And if you can work with the agent to define those bullshit tests, cool. I already see skepticism in chat. Isn't it a terrible idea to let an AI write your tests? No. It's a much better idea than it is to let a disgruntled engineer who hates testing write your tests, or a junior engineer that doesn't understand what they're testing writing tests. The AI will do a much better job, especially if the test is there to define the relationship between the code and the expectation, and you actually read the test code to know it is testing what you care about. I don't think it's great to take an untested code base and tell an agent to go write a whole bunch of tests for you. I do think it's great to have a test be part of the plan you write with the agent that it would start and then use as a reference point as it implements the feature. Don't worry though, we have lots more to talk about with testing. First, we have mocks are overrated. There are lots of problems with mocks. You're not actually testing the things that you're writing. You're testing what you think they should be doing. You're testing your expectations more than you're testing the code itself. Maintaining them and keeping them up to date is really, really hard. And generally speaking, the ecosystem around these things and all the crazy things you have to do, like dependency injection, make the mocking process kind of miserable, which made them very overrated. And for a very long time, 0 of our tests had any meaningful mocks in them. That has since changed. There are lots of things that are worth mocking, that are worth defining, that are worth dealing with. And now that it's as easy as copying a type definition, pasting it to an agent, and say, make 10 mock objects that fit this pattern and shape, a lot of the things that made mocks painful are much less painful. As such, I think mocks are a little more reasonable, especially because tools like Effect make it easier to do dependency injection through services. This feels less strong. I still think they're overrated overall, and I still think they're overall kind of overrated, and this idea that you should build everything in a way where it's easy to mock, inject, and test results in you writing way more code that doesn't do a whole lot. And more code does not solve more problems always. In fact, more code often causes more problems, and there has not been a meaningful pattern in terms of how high the test coverage is relative to how much bugs exist in the code base. However, there's a pretty clear linear relationship between the size of the code base and the amount of bugs in it. So more tests means more code, more mocks means more code, and more code generally means more bugs. That still holds true no matter what the fuck's changing. But mocks have a lot of pain points that feel much less painful, so I less strongly feel my deep hatred of them. I didn't put snapshots in here. I generally used to like snapshots quite a bit because they would visualize what the thing actually did. And if you changed the snapshot in a diff, I could see what changed and understand if that makes sense. Combine that with an AI code tool, snapshots make more sense than ever. That's not in here because I forgot to put it in. I would say my takes on snapshot testing are pretty much exactly where they were before. How about manual testing, though? I've always said manual tests are underrated. Most changes should require a person to go try the thing to make sure it does what is expected. I love manual testing still, and now more than ever, especially when I'm vibe coding gigantic apps in the background while filming, I should go run those apps to make sure they do what I want them to do. Manual testing still feels essential, especially if you're letting the AI write your tests. 10 out of 10, manual test more. There are things that make manual testing more annoying than ever. Like if you're running a bunch of agents in parallel, even getting to the development environment so you can test them can be really annoying. Getting signed in when they're not on localhost 3000 anymore can be annoying. Whoever cracks the pain points that make manual testing hard to make it easier to spin up this branch of vibe-coded bullshit to see if it actually works and put me in the right state immediately, there's some good money there. I would pay for a tool that does that well. We'll see if anyone builds one. Now we're getting to the real spice. Unit tests are overrated. This take is so spicy that it's largely responsible for my success as a YouTuber. This take got the attention of a certain tech YouTuber you might have heard of who was well known for his mustache and rust at the time, who decided to bring me on for a debate where we would talk about testing and best testing practices. I think I made a good argument that we had gone way too far down the test everything side of the chart and needed to go back and rethink what tests were and weren't useful, especially in a world where everything was type safe. Not everyone agreed with me, but slowly more and more people came around to parts of my way of thinking here, which is why it hurts me to say my thinking has largely changed. Are unit tests overrated? Yes. Should they be avoided to the level I used to push? No. I'll knock this one down to a 3. A lot of the things that made unit tests painful and tedious are solved by AI. And from my experience, AI agents aren't quite as interested in writing useless unit tests as developers are. I still believe that the developers who are obsessed with testing, who make it one of the first things they talk about, who care so deeply about unit tests, are not a great source of information and generally should not be listened to. Testing people are not great, and the tests they write are often not great either. Agents don't seem to do that quite as badly thus far. The moment I see Cursor trying to write a unit test to make sure that you don't pass strings to functions that don't take strings, I will rethink what I'm doing here. But as long as you're type checking your test files, the likelihood that you're testing things that aren't type safe is relatively low. So, that all said, I do find myself putting a few more unit tests in my things than I used to. It's also worth noting the tooling has gotten a lot better here. The fact that your tests can more easily be type safe is awesome. The fact that tools like vtest have made it so much easier to run said tests is awesome. The fact that AI will write all of the tedious bullshit for you is awesome. As such, unit tests are still kind of overrated. The people who talk about testing a lot still aren't my cup of tea. But I wanted to walk back my own testing takes a little bit because they have changed a little bit. Speaking of hot takes that got me into discussions with Primogen, return types in TypeScript should be avoided. Note that I said in TypeScript. If your take around return types is not TypeScript specific, I am not talking to you or about you, and your take on this being different from mine makes sense because you're not talking about the same thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about TypeScript. If return types make a lot of sense in Rust, awesome, good for you. I happen to know they probably do. In TypeScript, they have a lot of annoying gotchas, and they hide details that they shouldn't that can make them a bit of a dangerous foot gun. I felt so strongly about this that I made a video that was one of my first ever scripted videos. Before this, I would just before this, almost all of my videos were just me talking off the top of my head. And to this day, most of them still are. There is no scripting involved in this video beyond me at some point writing down a handful of the things I wanted to talk about. This video had me sit down and write a real thorough script, bring in guests to do their own parts, and at the end I had a highlight reel of a bunch of really deep TypeScript people confirming that they think return types don't make a lot of sense in TypeScript. This one hurts. This one hurts a lot. I want to be clear that my take in this previously was like 12 out of 10. If you think return types in TypeScript make sense, you're probably using them wrong and don't know about the dangers. If you don't know about the dangers, you should definitely go watch the video I just mentioned. But if you do, and the AI does as well, and you know how to keep an eye out for those things, I would knock this one down to like a 7 or so. That said, let me go to my cursor rules quick. If you check my cursor rules, I do still specify If you check my cursor rules, I do specify avoid return types when unnecessary. Lean on inference. Generally, I do think this still makes sense. That said, I also find that a lot of I do also find that a lot of the AI tools we're using in the ways they pull in context can benefit from having the return type. When I don't put a return type in my code and I want to know what the type is, I hover over the function and it tells me what it returns. Agents don't have that ability. Agents just have tokens. They just have context. So the return type as a way to give the agent context on what we think this returns, that can help. As such, I do see more use cases for return types than I used to. And as such, I'm not as offended when I see them in places where they do sometimes make sense, giving you the context within the file of what is being returned. That said, if they're breaking your inference and overriding types that should be inferred, then my tolerance of them goes down a lot. But I no longer get quite as upset as I used to, where I would literally just go in and delete all of the return types. And sometimes I would catch type errors because when you delete them, types that you were mangling incorrectly suddenly become visible. So, still not something I lean into and use a lot, but I am less quick to delete them than I used to be. Speaking of things I was absurdly angry about early on, and in many ways still am, pre-commit hooks. Pre-commit hooks are a great way to tell your development team that you don't trust them. You don't trust them to use Git properly, to use it the way that they prefer to use it, and to not ship code that is broken. Pre-commit hooks are a very clear, I do not trust you implementation. Companies that add pre-commit hooks to their work, or companies that add default pre-commit hooks to their projects and their applications and their source code, don't trust their devs. I don't want to work at a company like that. If the company I am working at forces me to use a pre-commit hook that prevents me from committing unfinished work because I want to save the state I'm in before going off to try some other theory or something, and they're telling me that I cannot use Git the way I use it because they don't trust me to write code that is good, I will hand them my 2-week notice if I even give them that much. I hate pre-commit hooks, and the idea of making them mandatory for engineers is sickening to me. If you hate your engineers, fire them. Don't restrict them. Don't tie their hands behind their back. Unless those engineers are really, really productive and really, really cheap and don't have feelings. Psst, I'm talking about AI. If you let your agents commit, which I'm still starting to get over, it's still scary to me to let an agent touch Git. I prefer to let the agent write code and then I deal with Git after. But as I'm starting to vibe code a little bit closer to the sun, I'm allowing myself to I'm allowing the agents to touch Git a little bit, and I'm finding that pre-commit hooks can be really, really useful in this regard. If a pre-commit hook is a simple type check to make sure the agents aren't committing code that has broken types in them, that can be really useful. If pre-commit hooks are making sure the tests pass before the code is committed, and you're using commits as checkboxer, and using those commits as effectively good states that the agent got the code base into throughout, pre-commit hook can be useful. Pre-commit hooks are a way to tell your devs you don't trust them, and it's okay to not trust AI. If you don't trust the agents to write great code, give them a pre-commit hook so they have to. That, I think, is fair. That said, I still find myself doing what this chatter suggests, which is linking Husky to /dev/null so that when you run the built-in pre-commit hooks in some repo, they just immediately pass. Don't let the agents do that, and don't tell the agents that this trick exists, because then they will go do that themselves. But if you want to use an agent, if you want to block an agent from committing bad code, I suppose a pre-commit hook is reasonable. So I would say 10 out of 10 for humans, 0 out of 10 for agents. Let the agents suffer. That's their job. That's what they were built to do. And my last spicy take that has changed, that may or may not have changed, how to learn a code base. This is one I've talked about a lot. One of the hardest things for earlier devs to understand is a big code base, because most of the code bases early devs have worked in are their own. They haven't worked in code bases that aren't theirs, which means they haven't worked in code bases that are large and confusing and scary. And as such, they tend to learn them wrong. They tend to learn them in this tab, the code tab. This is still the worst place to go if you want to learn a code base. I built this code base, and I don't even know where I would go to start learning how it works, because that's not a good way to learn a code base. There's a different tab here that is a much, much better way to learn a code base. And no, it's not the wiki tab, or certainly not the agents tab. It's the pull request tab. Not just the pull requests that are open, more importantly, the ones that have been merged. You can learn so much here, because the majority of code in a big code base isn't being touched a whole lot. The parts that are being touched and are changing are what's important. Memorizing the whole code base isn't going to get you anywhere. Handing the whole code base to an agent also isn't going to get you anywhere. Spending time in this tab to see what is changing, why it's changing, and most importantly, how the team thinks about those changes and that's through the comment section, which is so valuable. That is how you learn. And if you just got a new job and you're trying to onboard to the code base, I still think this is a great way to learn. But there are other ways now too. Hide this quick. One of these ways that I find very, very valuable, ask mode. It is so nice to be able to ask an agent, where is this thing implemented? So that you can go find it quickly. Or how does this thing work? Or where is the entry point for this endpoint? Having the ability to ask these types of questions is so powerful. It's so cool. And to watch how the agent navigates the code base when it does it is just as cool. You can learn so much about how to use the terminal, how to navigate the code base, what changes exist, why they exist, where the things that matter are. That a combination of the pull request tab and asking the code base questions through an agent like this directly can help you onboard way, way faster. I love downloading gigantic open source code bases and just prodding at them with agents. How is this implemented? Where is this implemented? How do you do this thing? Downloading the code base and reading through it yourself is nonsense. Downloading the code base and letting an agent read through it for you using its tools is so useful that my channel manager, Ben, has started building his own tools specifically for this. Better Context, aka BTCA, is a project that will download a code base and then use agents to browse it to answer your questions. If you're trying to figure out why effect isn't doing what you want it to, the agent can now browse the effect source code and figure it out. If you want to figure out how to use a specific feature, it can read the source code and the tests and all those other things to better understand it. Asking the code base is actually valuable, which is a crazy thing because that was not even viable when I was first giving this type of advice in the past. But now we have tools that are so powerful, you can ask them directly and get good answers. I still think you should spend time in this tab, but I now finally think downloading the code base can be valuable. So where would I put this take? So specifically the take was learn the code base inside of the PR tab, which I still think is true, but there are other ways that are just as beneficial that you should combine with it. So I'd put this at like a 7. Because previously I was very strict, like downloading the code base does not teach you anything. Now there are ways to learn through that, which I think is really cool. So there you have it. All of my recent hot takes and how they have recently changed as a result of AI. It's fun to go back and reflect on the things that I felt so strongly and see how when things change, they change alongside it. And I hope that you enjoyed this as well. I've never been one to hide the fact that my opinions change about things, but I like to sometimes sit and reflect with y'all to just go through them one at a time. And I hope you understand why, and maybe, just maybe, this was useful. Let me know what you think. Were all my takes dumb at the time and they're still dumb now? Or is it cool to see me change my takes as the technology around them changes too? Let me know how y'all feel. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. Also, I missed Evelyn Lilly gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much for that. I'm so sorry I missed that. I hope you're still here to hear me. Thank you for it. How about you guys are liking the videos I filmed today? I was 50-50 on even streaming, so I'm pumped that we have had success with this. Always here. Thank you, Lily. Always good to see you. Only got the last 10 minutes, but you're excited for the whole thing? Fuck yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Kevin. I think it's time for me to figure out who we're rating because I got other shit to do. It's 8 p.m. here. I got people to meet with and podcasts to buy. Who are we gonna throw y'all at? I think we're gonna throw you guys at Jams. No idea what he's doing, but it will be fun. Jams is always very fun. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Keep an eye out on the channel. Lots of fun things coming. New streams are Sunday and Wednesday. So still Wednesday, but I'm adding in Sunday. Good to be ahead of the schedule again. Feeling awesome. Thank you all again. Hopefully by the time I'm back, I won't be quite as sick. Have fun, jams. Or have fun with jams. Goodbye. And goodbye to YouTube as well.